There we go. There we go. Test.
It's fine.
No, I'll move.
No, I'm gonna have this half hour.
I'll just. No, I'm gonna be next.
No, you never see you before.
It's new. I got it today at
Oh, so that's what you meant by I have to do something.
Yes.
I mean, fair.
Would you just read it because it's faster?
Sure. You can do that, right? Just read the land acknowledgement. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I'll do that.
So I applied when I was at there's your seminar class, Maggie teaches.
Okay.
So right, I was teaching us and hadn't really heard anything, but then I was talking to Maggie and they were like, no, it's down to this other person, you're totally capable and everything like that, but I didn't want to go with this other person because when they took the class for ASCSU, well, like give them sort of in the fold or I was like, yeah, totally. Congratulations. It doesn't say what for. So I don't know if there's stuff or
That already did
I had the conversation with Brandon that yesterday before that I have to have a one hand study, like 5 things. I'm casting a show. I work study at Friday.
Hey. Oh, dude.
Dance.
If all senators can make their way to their seats, we will begin. We'll begin with the Pledge of Allegiance. If you are willing and able, please stand. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. I'll now read the land acknowledgement. Colorado State University acknowledges with respect that the land we are on today is the traditional and ancestral homelands of the Arapaho, Cheyenne, and Ute nations and peoples. This was also the site of trade, gathering, and healing for numerous other Native tribes. We recognize the indigenous peoples as stewards, as the original stewards of this land and all relatives within it. As these words of acknowledgement are spoken and heard, the ties nations have to their traditional homelands are renewed and reaffirmed. CSU is founded as a land grant institution, and we accept that our mission must encompass access to education and inclusion. And significantly, that our founding came at a dire cost to Native nations and peoples whose land this university was built upon. This acknowledgement is the education and inclusion we must practice in recognizing our institutional history, responsibility, and commitment. Will the clerk please call the roll? Will the parliamentarian please call the roll?
Mr. Speaker, I just moved to hold a 2-minute recess to find the roll call.
Yes. Is there a second? All 4?
Actually, before you do that, wait, before that happens. So the emergency budget session only requires 5 members and including a chair for quorum. We definitely have that. Do we have to take attendance?
I would entertain a motion to I guess
Skip it.
skip it. Yeah.
Second.
All 4?
Aye.
All against? This motion is adopted. We'll now move into confidence business. Will the parliamentarian please put 2 hours on the confidence clock? We only have 1 item in new business. This is the SFRB long bill. Parliamentarian clerk.
Mr. Speaker, I also move to add the minutes from April 27th into the consent agenda. This was added in the weekly email and just get that approved.
Yes.
Second.
All 4?
Aye.
All against? This motion is adopted. We'll now move into consent agenda. Is there any dissent to last week's minutes? Seeing none, we'll now move into confidence business, starting with new business. Only 1 item in new business, SFRB long bill. Is there a Mary Gabriel here? Awesome. You may present.
Okay, is there a mic?
Yeah.
No.
Y'all hear me? Cool. Hi, everybody. If you don't know me, my name is Mary Geberstatic. I'm the vice chair or the chair for Student Fee Review Board. And I just want to thank you all for coming for an emergency session because I know technically y'all finished last week. But I'll be presenting the student fee package for this year. And just a preface, y'all are not approving the budget. You're just approving that we followed the right bylaws into approving the budget for this year. All right, so we can get started. All right, so just a few key terms for y'all to acknowledge. If it says FT, that means full-time student. If it says PT, that's part-time. And then FY is fiscal year. And so we can go on to the next slide. So these are all the areas with no fee increases. So we have Ramride, off-campus life, conflict resolution, interpersonal violence, Committee for Disabled Students Accessibility, ALVS, the University Center for the Arts, Career Center, Student Legal Services, RAM events, athletics, UpFab, AppFab, University Technology Fee Advisory Board, and then Associated Students of Colorado State University. So all of these areas did not ask for an increase. We can go on to the next one. So Ramride, no increase. So they'll be staying at $6.96 for full-time students for next year, and that's what it's been this year as well. We go on to the next one. Off-campus life, no increase. It'll be staying at $6.54. The only change here is that off-campus life and Ramride will be combining their fee areas. And so instead of 19 fee areas that we have, it'll be 18. And that's because Lindsay Mason, for those of y'all who know her, wanted to combine those to be able to start more projects. And so off-campus and Ramride will be together. Cool. And then Slice is proposing a 13-cent increase for full-time on-campus students. So if we go to the next slide, it'll be going from $19.63 to $19.76. And that's just particularly for mandatory costs. So for increases in salary. Go to the next one, interpersonal violence, no increase. It'll be staying at $5.73 for full-time students. And then for summer, it'll be $3.72. We can go to the next one. So Student Disability Center, no increase. It'll be staying at a $2.72 fee dollars for full-time students. Go to the next one. And then we have ALVS, Adult Learner and Veteran Services, no increase. It'll be staying at $20.25. Just a quick side note for this, they'll be getting a renovation that'll be starting this summer, and they're gonna pretty much triple their size. So just for more students to be able to have that space. And then we have Student Resolution Center, no increase. We'll be staying at $7.55. Go to the next one. We have University Center for the Arts, no increase. University Center for the Arts is interesting budget just because half of their budget comes from the College of Liberal Arts. And so they kind of get student fees and are also housed within the Dean's office over in CLA. But they'll be staying at $15.27. And then we have the CSU Health Network on the medical side. They proposed a $7.58 increase for full-time students, and that was for mandatory costs. So for those of y'all who don't know mandatory costs, that's kind of like if there's a salary increase in the state or costs that need to be increased, then yes, we can vote no as a board to not approve it, but not a good idea to do that. And so mandatory costs is usually for salary increases. And then, so it'll be going from $208.09 to $215.67 for next year. And then we also have CSU Health Network Counseling. So they're kind of a little bit separate within the CSU Health Network. And they proposed $1.72 increase for full-time on-campus students for next year. And so they'll be going from $53.23 to $54.95 for full-time on-campus students, and that is also for mandatory costs. And then we have the Career Center, so no increase. It'll be staying at $34.97. And then we have Student Legal Services, no increase. And so it'll be staying at $8.30 for full-time on-campus students. We have RAM events, also no increase. This is a great sign. I'm saying no increases, so this is all great. They'll be staying at $9.83. And then we have the Laurie Student Center. So they propose an increase of $4.42, and we approved those increases because they were all for mandatory costs. So a lot of that is with the renovation that's going to be happening this summer. And also, y'all know there's a lot of students who run this place here at the Laurie Student Center. So a lot of it is for salary as well. So they're going to be going from $204.63 to $209.05 for full-time on-campus students. And then athletics, no increase. So they're going to stay at $115.61 for full-time on campus. And then campus rec, they proposed a $3.30 increase, which we approved. And most of that was because they had a leak in one of their equipment rooms. And so a lot of their equipment was really damaged, and they used their fund balance to fund that, and which was like about $200,000 to be able to restore that. And so we approved this increase for them to be able to finish that restoration and get new equipment in the rec center, and also for mandatory costs. So they're going to be going from $129.31 to $132.61 for full-time on campus. And then we have alternative transportation fee advisory board with no increase. So they're going to stay at $33.65 for full-time on campus. And then we have university technology fee advisory board with no increase. So they're going to stay at $32. And then we have ASCSU, so no increase as well. We're going to be staying at $24.45 for full-time on-campus students. And then we also have the university facility fee advisory board with no increase as well. And they're going to be staying at $23.75. So the total fee increase for fiscal year 2023 is going to be 1.31% increase, which is lower than last year as well. And this is really, really good because most of the cost increase that we have is mandatory. And I can give you all the exact dollar amount increase for y'all for next year. That's going to be $17.15 for next year. So this is really good. Especially when looking back at the other budgets and seeing how many, when we met with all of these fee areas, a lot of them have saved a lot of their money in their fund balance, and so they didn't need the increase. Obviously, there's CSU Health Network Center with COVID and the pandemic that's happening, and things like that. But please, I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the author? Seeing none, thank you.
Yeah, and then can I add one more thing?
Yes.
So this year we suspended part of our bylaws within the SFRB bylaws because you technically need 12 members to have a voting within our fee area meetings. But due to COVID, we made some adjustments and we suspended part of it. And so we had 10 members this year. Just full transparency here.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none, we can move into discussion and debate on this piece of legislation, starting with the first raised placard or hand.
I motion to previous question and make a secondary motion for unanimous consent.
There has been a motion for previous question. Is there a second?
Second.
All for?
Aye.
All against? This motion is adopted. Is there any dissent? Seeing none, this bill passes.
All right, thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Are there any announcements? Seeing none, we will. Advisor Deardahl.
I'll do the housekeeping announcement first because it's less fun. Just a reminder as we're closing up the semester, any name tags, any trying to think of any other items that might be like ASCSU property that is in your possession. Make sure you turn it into the front desk. If you want to keep your placards though, the placards are all yours, so you can have those, take them home, display them at your house. And then I also just want to congratulate you all on an incredible semester. You went and spent your entire budget for amazing things for students on campus, whether it's this year, some are going to be till the end of time. So you should be really proud of yourselves for everything that you accomplished, especially in these last few months. So just want to thank you all for being a student voice and good luck on finals.
Are there any other announcements? I just wanted to say, I know I talked last time, but I love all of you in the 51st Senate. I'm gonna miss you all, and I'm sorry I won't be around to annoy y'all as much anymore. But I would entertain a motion to also skip the ending roll call.
Wait, can I have an announcement?
Yes.
Sorry, one more announcement. I'm going to be graduating in 2 years, but I just wanted to say thank you to everyone. ASCSU kind of has been a second home to me because I've been in it for 4 years. So just thank you for everybody, and I'm excited to graduate, but also I'm going to miss ASCSU.
We'll see you in 2 years, Mary. All right, is there any other announcements? All right, seeing none, we're gonna.
2 weeks.
You said 2 years.
Sorry.
Sorry, I will be leaving in 2 weeks.
What was that, Aria?
Motion to skip any roll call.
Is there a second?
Seconded.
All for?
Aye.
All against? This motion is adopted. We will now skip pending roll call and we will now adjourn.
Yes, I am looking at it right now.
I think so.
Yeah.
How short is that? It was quick. We'll be starting the 52nd Senate momentarily.
down.
Okay, I'll motion for it.
In these chairs
I'll talk
right
to
here.
Yeah.
Yes, but I don't know where Nick is, and we have to do passing of the gavel first.
Yeah, he wants to do it before because that was called order.
Yeah, we're gonna do it before we call the order. Yes, so if you are a senator, you can sit in the chairs in front over here, these 1, 2, 3. If you are not a senator, please sit in those back rows of chairs.
Jackson, and mention if you were appointed by your college council.
Yeah.
Selection.
Also, if you are appointed by your college council, you can sit down here.
They just stay in the back. They don't get sworn in until the next session because that's how this works.
Wow.
First session is only for past through elections or appointed by their SPS offices or like LADLC uses the elections. So anyone who is appointed by LADLC gets to be sworn in the next session. It's to honor the elections. That's how that usually works.
Okay.
I explained
Okay.
that to Jason, but I didn't know if anyone else did like that.
Okay. Yes. Yeah, I totally thought that they would be sworn in tonight.
Don't talk to him. He's the one who's like,
Okay.
he knows
I
it better
mean,
than I
yeah. Okay. I mean,
do. All the time.
okay. Yeah.
Okay, are you sure? I can do it. Okay, if you say so.
All right.
Do you have my power?
Because I
PowerPoint?
sent it into the front.
Don't, can you send that to me?
Like right now?
Yes, please.
Kevin, did you get my email?
No, or actually, can you, about the logos?
Huh?
About the logos? or-
Yeah. I
Yes.
sent it to the parliamentarian email.
Yes, I did get that.
Okay,
Yep.
perfect. Just wanted to make sure.
Give it like 2 more minutes, Jackson. I'm trying to find the roll call sheet, the new one at least. Yeah.
All right. If I could have everyone's attention. Hi, everyone. I don't know a lot of you, but my name is Jackson Hunter. I'm the 51st speaker, or speaker for the 51st Senate. At this time, I'm going to initiate the transfer of the gavel to the Speaker of the 52nd Senate, Nick DeSalvo.
I'm gonna put my.
All right. You gotta be centered. You gotta be centered. Brandon, get out of here. Scram. Do you want to hand it over like a little action shot?
Sure.
Yeah. Oh wow. Oh wow. Look at that. Look at that. Yeah. Very cool. Very cool.
Also, oh, that one more. Ah, looking great, gentlemen. Perfect. Thank you so much.
All right. Good luck. Belly button.
We can mute it. It's like Kevin.
Apologies, that was muted. Senator Kaiser? Okay. Senator Gabru,
Present.
Senator Morgan, Senator Nguyen,
Present.
Senator Pereira. Okay. Senator Ritter. Senator Sanchez. Senator Oker. Senator Reese.
Present.
Senator Rencher.
Present.
Senator Trout.
Present.
Speaker of the Senate DeSalvo.
Present.
Are there any senators whose names I have not called? Yes,
Justin Melker.
Justin, can you spell your last name for me?
Melka.
And then senator for what college?
Liberal arts.
We have our roll.
We'll now move into our consent agenda. Is there any dissent to the agenda? Parliamentarian clerk.
Mr. Speaker, I motion to move the ratification of the Chief Justice to the top of ratification and elections of officers.
There's been a motion. Is there a second? Motion has been seconded. This will be a placard vote. So all those in favor of moving the ratification and election of officers and of course the new Chief Justice to the top of the agenda before gallery input.
Apologies, Mr. Speaker. I was just motioning to add the ratification of the Chief Justice to ratification elections of officers, but that item itself is not moved in the agenda.
Okay. Okay. So all those in favor, raise your placards in the affirmative. All against? Abstentions? I voted 12-0 to 0. This motion passes. Parliamentarian, make that change. Alrighty. So now we'll move into our gallery input. Is there anyone from the gallery wishing to speak at this time? Advisor Deardahl.
Hello, everyone. So for those of you that don't know me, my name is Jess Deardahl. My pronouns are she, her, and hers, and I have the best job on campus for being an advisor to this wonderful organization. So I wanted to welcome back all of the returners that were just here like half hour ago. And so thank you for continuing on. And then all the new people as well. Myself and Jessie, I'll let her introduce herself in a second, but we're here as professional staff to support you, to guide you, to help you all achieve your goals and supporting the student body. So thank you for running for positions, for applying for positions, and we're really excited to get to know you all a little bit more, along with our front desk staff team that are phenomenal as well.
Okay, and I'm Jessie Schultz. I am the admin assistant. I handle all of the financial and scheduling for ASCSU. I also oversee the front desk staff. So yeah, we're excited to have you all here.
Two really quick dates. I think that you all should have been invited to Eyeball tomorrow. So it's going to be a really fun time, free food if you're able to make it, starting at 6 p.m. And then we'll be sending a calendar invite either tonight or tomorrow morning, first thing, for a leadership retreat. If you're able to make it on May 16th, it's that Monday after finals. More information will be in the calendar invite. That'll be from 9 to 5. Would love for you to be there, even if you can only make part of the time. Free breakfast from Consuelo's Burritos, and then a mac and cheese bar
from LSC Catering. It's gonna be awesome. So we have that, and then we'll have the fall retreat, which I know sounds like a long ways away, but that will be up at Mountain Campus, August 15th and the 17th. So this will all be in emails, but just make sure Jesse and I will be sending lots of information over the next few days. Definitely focus on finals, and then also please respond to our emails as needed. Appreciate you all.
Is there anyone else from the gallery who wishes to speak? Seeing none, we'll now move into executive reports. Is there anyone from the executive branch who wishes to report? President Long and Vice President Elijah Sandoval.
Hello, can everyone hear me? All right, perfect. Hello, everyone. It's kind of weird to be here. I'm usually used to sitting in those seats, but here we are. So exact updates really quick, really brief. So yesterday I went to the Board of Governors just to kind of shadow Christian and see what to expect there at the Board of Governors and what to expect as president to represent the interests here at CSU. It was really good. I met a lot of good people there. But yeah. And then interviews, we've been doing those. As you can tell, a lot of the summer directors are up there. And so, yeah, we've been doing those. And then final update is we're meeting Blanche Hughes next week, May 11th at 1:30. So we're going to be meeting with the administration as well. But that's all I have for exec reports.
Sorry, I can't hold my notebook as elegantly as Robert can. Hello, everybody. My name is Elijah Sandoval. I have the honor of serving as your vice president this year. And that is very odd to say because I'm used to sitting next to Kimberly Caracero, and now I'm sitting in the gallery and addressing you all as vice president. So happy to be here. So as vice president, I have the honor of chairing SFRB. And for those of you who don't know, SFRB stands for the Student Fee Review Board. What that is CSU has a very unique opportunity where it overhears student thoughts with how our fees are being spent. I believe there are, Mary, how many fee areas are there? 19. Thank you. There are 19 different. Okay, cool. Oh, that's right. There's 18 different fee areas that you all spend fees on. And so we have a unique opportunity to listen to those areas if they have a fee increase, why that increase may be, and we accept or deny that fee increase. So it's pretty cool. I'm going to be working over the summer with Mike Ellis. He is our advisor for that. I wanted to put it all on your radar that in the fall, we will be meeting on Mondays at 4 o'clock. The locations will vary, but I just wanted to put that on your radar so you are aware of it and look out for the emails and social media posts. That's it. Thank you. I lied, that's not it.
Information, you're not in
I think I'm still an executive member until May 31st. So I still technically am able to have speaking rights. Yeah. Hello, everyone. I'm Sanskar Vyas. I'm the Deputy Director of International Affairs. Happy to see new faces and also some old faces. Very excited for those that are getting ratified or have been ratified. Just here to speak a little bit about a few projects I've done, and then wish you all the best for the coming year with all your projects and endeavors. So, well, this position has been one of the best positions I've had so far in my life in terms of leadership, in terms of opportunity, in terms of the impact that I can make, in terms of even learning experience, from learning about, how to go around red tape, which most of you all will, experience how to get around bureaucratic framework of the university, and just all of that red tape stuff, to realizing the responsibility that I have because prior to when I became a deputy director of international affairs, I didn't really know how big of a responsibility it was. It hit me as I started doing my responsibilities, as I started working towards my goals. So just want to highlight two things, and obviously on my third point, reach out to you all to support me in this one thing I'm doing with your ideas. I'll provide my email as I end my speech. But the first thing I've done is, and this is like an executive report, so just reporting what I've done. Two things that I would love to mention, notable projects. The first one's helping a lot of CSU students that live on campus during the fall and spring break get access to good food. Technically work towards assisting all the housing and food insecure students during these two breaks. And the second thing I've done is, and I'm bringing this point because I also want to market it. I want you all to speak about this to your friends. It's this whole groom voucher program that it's ongoing right now. Basically, my office is sponsoring your ride from CSU to DIA and back. All you have to do is put in the code ASCSU, and yeah, that covers it. Make sure to click direct bill. And the third thing I would like to talk about is this one project that I'm still doing, and I believe I'll be doing it until May 31st, is compiling a list of resources that the university has to offer, and then trying to bring about a framework where the outreach is to as many students as possible. So I'm lacking ideas on all the resources at CSU because, well, there are so many resources at CSU, so many pilot projects. I hope you all just, if you're all aware of a few good resources, send me an email with a list of all resources that you're aware of, and I'll add into the list so that this outreach is as beneficial as possible alongside of all the students that it impacts and reaches. Lastly, I just wish you all the best, and I'm happy to speak here. I'm happy that I had this opportunity to do such good work. I feel happy, a few regrets, but that's okay. That's a part of this responsibility because while you want to do so much, there's only so much you can do, right? Yeah, and I yield. Have a good day.
Deputy, is there anyone else from the executive branch who wishes to report? Seeing none, we'll move on to judicial reports. Is there anyone from the judiciary wishing to report? Chief Justice-elect Zacharias.
So hey all, my name is Marcus Zacharias. I use the he series of pronouns. We're gonna keep it pretty short tonight. Nothing big's going on. We do have applications opening up for justice, associate justice, and deputy justice in the summer. And beyond that, I'm just really excited to get to meet with all you guys and get started with work. And with that, I
Thank you, Chief Justice-elect. We'll now move into confidence business. Can the parliamentarian?
And whether there is no confidence clause in the first and last session.
That's correct.
Thank you, Senator Ake. So with that, we'll move into the ratification and election of officers. But before that, I did provide some of you, and some of you are provided with the paper sheet itself of the appropriate and inappropriate questions. But since that was not sent out within the weekly email, I will have to read it in full.
I can read it in full.
Okay, parliamentarian clerk will read it in full.
Appropriate and inappropriate questions during interactions with candidates. Address, appropriate. How long have you lived in this area? Inappropriate. List of previous addresses. How long have you lived at specific address? Subject, age. Appropriate, none. Inappropriate. Questions about age or questions that would reveal age. Requests for birth certificate. Subject, arrest record. There are no appropriate responses to this. Inappropriate would be questions about pending charges for jobs other than those mentioned Birthplace, appropriate, none. Inappropriate, birthplace of candidate or candidate's parents, spouse, or partner, or other close relatives. Subject, citizenship. May ask questions about legal authorization to work in the specific position if all candidates are asked. Inappropriate, may not ask if a person is a US citizen. Subject, convictions. Colorado State University conducts background checks of finalists. Questions about convictions should not be asked. Inappropriate, questions about convictions unless the information bears on job performance. Questions that would reveal arrests without convictions. Subject, disability. Appropriate, may ask about candidates' ability to perform job-related functions. Inappropriate, questions or series of questions that is likely to solicit information about a disability or a medical condition. Subject, education. Appropriate, inquiries about degree or equivalent experience. Inappropriate, questions about education that are not related to job performance. Subject, family. Appropriate, none. Inappropriate, number and ages of children, childbearing/rearing queries. Subject, marital or family status. Appropriate, whether candidate can meet work schedule or job requirements should be asked of all sexes. Inappropriate, any inquiry about marital status, children, pregnancy, or child care plans. Subject, military. Appropriate, may ask if a candidate has served in the armed forces of the United States or in a state militia. Inappropriate, may not ask about military service in the armed forces of any country except the United States, nor may you inquire into one's type of discharge. Subject, national origin. Appropriate, may ask questions about legal authorization to work in the specific position if all candidates are asked. Inappropriate, may not ask if person is a US citizen, has a green card or a visa. Subject, organizations. Appropriate, inquiries about professional organizations related to the position. Inappropriate, inquiries about professional organizations suggesting race, age, creed, color, religion, national origin or ancestry, sex, disability, veteran status, sexual orientation, gender identity or expression, or pregnancy. Subject, personal finances. Appropriate, none. Inappropriate, inquiries regarding credit record, owning a home, or garnishment record. Subject, personal finances. Appropriate, none. Inappropriate, inquiries regarding credit record, owning a home, or garnishment record. Personal political affiliation. Appropriate, none. Inappropriate, inquiries about membership with a political party. Race, color, or sexual orientation. Appropriate, none. Inappropriate, comments about complexion, color of skin, height, weight, sexual orientation, or gender identity or expression. Subject, religion. Appropriate, describe the work schedule and ask whether candidate can work that schedule. Also suggest that accommodations to schedule are possible. Inappropriate, inquiries about religious preferences, affiliation, denominations, or religious holidays observed. Subject, work experience. Appropriate, candidate's previous employment experience. Inappropriate, stereotypical inquiries regarding protected status membership. I yield.
Thank you, Parliamentarian Clark. With that, we'll move into the ratification of the new Chief Justice. We have the new Chief Justice and of course, yeah. And President Dixon is going to talk a little bit about the Chief Justice and why he was selected.
Thanks so much. And is Mary here by chance? Mary, do you want to join me as well? So excited to share about Marcus Zacharias. We had a tough choice, 7 applicants for this position, interviewed all 7, and some very qualified people, but I can say with confidence that Marcus rose to the top of that list. His passion, his curiosity, his relationships and connectedness all across campus, the work that he's been doing with the responsible action exemption, which he'll hopefully share more about tonight, as well as his approachability, right, and his ability to work effectively with others. A little bit about Marcus. He's studying political science as his major with a minor in legal studies. I asked him his dream trajectory. He hopes to pursue a master's in higher education administration, right, with the hope of becoming a college admissions counselor. Has been at ASCSU for 1 year, currently serving as an associate justice, where he did most of his work on responsible action exemption, which was one of the passion projects that he took on. And then finally, a 2021 back scholar, a first generation college student, and just an amazing human. Like I mentioned in the interview, I was writing frantically the entire time because I was taking notes on everything that he was saying, the project ideas, the opportunities to partner across campus. His understanding for the system, I think, is truly unique, and it's a skill set that will serve him very well in this role. As I'm sure you all have seen, the better you understand a system, the more impact you can have. And so he spoke to all of those things. He provided incredible examples of conflict resolution, of leadership, stemming back to his days as a football player in high school, and just all of the experiences he's had with building successful teams and building bridges across divides. So that's what I'm most excited about. Mary, do you want to share anything?
Yeah.
I'll just add really quickly. Marcus is so dedicated. His presence in the office just makes everybody happy. During his interview, I was like, oh my gosh, how many projects has he completed? And so many initiatives that he has to come for next year. So we're just super excited and hope that you can see his passion and dedication. And I'll leave it to Marcus.
Hi again, my name is Marcus Zacharias. I use the he's here as a pronouns. I'm gonna keep it pretty short. I know we have a long night ahead of us. I'm just really excited to get to work. So with that, I'll just yield to the speaker for any questions.
Artie, we will now open 10 minutes of question and answer, starting with the first raised placard. Senator Burge.
So I heard a lot about projects. What is like your main project, your one key goal that you're looking forward to completing as Chief Justice in this next term?
That's a great question. So my one big project,
Really?
really,
Privilege, your microphone isn't on. Sorry.
Will you look at that? You can use this.
So my one big project is more like a bunch of small ones grouped together. Associate Duncan actually started the Ram Familiar Rights Project herself. And I really want to expand that project to encompass the entire court. So we're going to be pushing on things like U+2, whether students know their rights within the dormitories and things of that nature. Beyond that, I'm still hoping for responsible action exemption to get passed in May. So we have a bunch of projects coming up, and I'm eager to any suggestions the team might have also. Does that answer your question?
Yes, that does. I agree.
Senator Akey.
So I have a couple of questions. Some of them you've answered before, but I asked them to everyone. How do you plan to uphold the university and ASCSU initiatives of diversity, equity, and inclusion?
To answer that question with your ears, I really believe that you can't serve your peers and marginalized communities without listening to them. And then beyond that, I really feel like I've taken that into my career and to my pet projects. With RAE, I've worked with a bunch of different departments around campus, whether it be health network, police department, all sorts of people, student legal services. So I really just want to engage with all members of all communities and see how we could best serve our peers.
Thank you. You answered the rest of my questions that I have to ask everyone, but specifically, I know you were deputy justice in the last administration. How would you judge your abilities to now be the head of the judicial branch and the leader of interpreting the Constitution?
Really have to thank Erin Friedman for that. She's done a great job of preparing me for this role and just understanding the power and the control that we have in this position, and really just leading on not only our powers, but the powers of the court. I plan on putting together a really great court that holds me accountable and holds this office accountable to make sure that we're best serving our peers.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions for Senator Gebru?
Hi, how are you doing?
I'm doing good. How about you?
I'm good. It's good to see you up there. So I had a question about the position that you're a candidate for. What is your understanding of your position?
I have a pretty detailed understanding of my position. I chair a bunch of different committees within ASCSU and CSU as a whole. I also handle the code of conduct process when if any of you guys have any questions about the Constitution or any bills that are passed within the space. And beyond that, I'm just really here to be a conflict resolution center for you guys in a way. So really just help out where I can in any way possible. Does that answer your question?
That does. I yield.
Are there any other questions for our candidate? Senator Treff.
If there's one thing you've learned from being a deputy justice and you want to bring to Chief Justice, what would that be?
The main thing is definitely going to be patience. You have to give people second chances. You have to live and learn. and you have to give people the opportunity to learn. So in my role, I really just want to make sure I push that across to everyone I come across, because every day I hope we're just getting better and better to serve our peers.
Thank you. I yield. Are there any other questions for our candidate? Seeing none, we'll now move into 20 minutes of discussion and debate. I would ask candidate Zacharias to please leave the chamber. Senator Birch.
I motion the previous question.
Seconded.
There's been a motion to previous question. There's been a second. We'll do this by placard vote. All in favor of moving to previous question, say aye.
Aye.
All those against, same sign. This motion passes. There's been a motion for unanimous consent. Is there any dissent to the motion? Seeing none, this motion passes. Congratulations. Is there a member from the Supreme Court who will swear the new Chief Justice in?
Do you have a little microphone?
Not anymore, at least
So
it's dead.
serious.
I state your name.
I, Marcus Zacharias,
Solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
to defend and uphold
to defend and uphold
the rules and regulations
the rules and regulations
set forth
set forth
by the Constitution
by the Constitution
of the Associated Students
of the Associated Students
of Colorado State University,
of Colorado State University,
and will rightfully perform
and will rightfully perform
the duties of my office
the duties of my office
to the best of my ability.
to the best of my ability.
Congratulations.
Wait. Take a picture.
Got it.
Okay, got it.
Oh.
We will now move into the election of our legislative officers. Are there any individuals in the chamber who are running for the position of Speaker Pro Tempore?
I nominate Noah Burge.
There's been a nomination for Noah Burge. Do you accept the nomination?
I accept the nomination and I nominate Kimberly Caracero.
Senator Caracero Perez, there's been a nomination for on your behalf for Speaker Pro Tempore. Do you accept?
I do.
Are there any other nominations for the position of Speaker Pro Tempore? Senator Goodburn.
I would also like to nominate Kimberly Caracero.
Considering you accept the nomination.
I accepted it.
Okay. Seeing President Long.
I nominate Ben Tworstoxy as Recruitment and Retention.
Well, Senator Long, currently we are nominating for the position of Speaker Pro Tempore. So at the time you can.
I nominate him for Pro Tempore.
Ben Tworstoxy, do you accept the nomination for Speaker Pro Tempore?
No.
The nomination has been rejected. Are there any other nominations for the position of Speaker Pro Tempore? Seeing none, we'll move into our first candidate that was nominated and accepted, Noah Burge. And Senator Caracero Perez comes to the floor as well. Oh, yeah. Just got it. Alrighty, Senator Burge, you have 5 minutes of presentation.
Thank you, Speaker DeSalvo. I'm going to make this short because I know this is going to be a very long night. But this is also going to be a very awesome Senate session and this entire term, really. I'm excited to see what we can do as a group. To introduce myself, my name is Noah Burge. I'm a senator for the College of Business, and this actually marks the start of my second term here in ASCSU Senate. And you may be asking, okay, why am I up here? Yes, I'm running for Speaker Pro Tempore. So with that, I'd like to disclose that upon ratification for this position, I will be stepping down as senator for College of Business and taking up the roles of the duty for this office this evening. I feel that it's natural to use this platform to speak about my accomplishments, my achievements, what qualifies me for this position. I don't want to do that, one, because I don't want to bore you. And really, that's not what this position is about. This is a position of community service. And I really want to bring that to the Speaker Pro Tempore role. I've heard it from many who regard ASCSU as a joke. And they'll say that, and I ask why. And they think that it's not pertinent to the goals of the university. And then I answer that with, well, this is an organization that is trusted by the university to allocate $80 million every year on behalf of the university and the students that we represent. And I want to be able to leverage that power that we have to bring more people into this space and make this space, one, more welcoming, and two, more involved in the student body as well. Now, how do we become that successful group? The first key is consistency. What are we going to do to be consistent? We struggled with that this last Senate session. How do we become consistent? Every single day we're doing the same thing and we make sure that the student body knows what we're doing. And that might be difficult as a transition for our space, but that shouldn't deter us from attaining that level now. As Speaker Pro Tempore, I will begin and I will continue to emphasize a relaxed approach in office hours. I don't think that it's important for us to be in the office, spending time all of the time. And we did that this last semester and it worked out pretty well. I say we spend more time on community service. Every second we spend out there talking to the students, talking to the community, and making sure that the problems that face us are being addressed in here. I think that's the most important part of this position, and that's what I want to bring. Secondly, I want to continue the organizational systems that our current and former Speaker Pro Tempore, Brandon Baum, brought up. This thing died again. All right, now we're back to the mic. So I'd like to continue using the organizational systems that have been in place, and that is the QR code for making sure that we can be excused for Senate sessions and some other incredible attendance organizational systems as well. But I'd really like to continue emphasizing the most the human aspect of our organization and what we're looking to accomplish as a group. Especially as a community and what we want our relationships to be like in here. And I think we should set that standard. We're not just an organization, we're a community. And I think we need to recognize that. If we want to have a successful year, we must be cohesive. And I think bringing in a human aspect and consistency to this space will really allow everyone to have a voice in this space. As a better means to represent the motives of ASCSU and the student body we represent, it is my pleasure to introduce a new type of legislation training system that I think would be really beneficial. And that is working as an entire collective group. And this would not be mandatory, but working as an entire collective group to write a bill together. Not just to learn, oh, this might be what we could work on. This is what we're doing now. And we can work on that together and bring that to the Senate floor. And that gives each of us the opportunity to see the bill from the time it starts to the time it hits President Long's desk and gets signed. And it really brings that entire immersive experience for that training. It really allows us to be able to become detailed and be able to involve
some training that's really applicable to what we're doing in the space. Additionally, it can serve some time for us. I know we're all busy students, so I want to make sure that we are able to involve that in the space. And really just understand that, yeah, we're students, and that's the human aspect of this role, is that we are busy. We have assignments due, and sometimes we don't want to spend all of our time learning how to be most productive in this space. And so with that, I think the benefits of this approach reach far greater than just learning legislation, but it learns how to work as a community, and it works really to emphasize the personal and human aspects of our roles here as senators. Throughout this last semester, our perception has changed drastically for the Speaker pro tempore role than really what it was initially thought to be. Formerly a mere parliamentary procedure role can now be interpreted as more than just a resource or assistant to the Speaker. They are a person who ensures the well-being of legislative members, maintains the community, and fosters the success of all Senate officials. So I want to thank you for your time. And I'm really excited to see what we can do this year. So thank you.
With that, we'll move into 10 minutes of question and answer, starting with the first raised placard. Senator Rencher.
I'm really interested in this idea you mentioned with the legislation training. Could you explain a bit more, like what type of bill this would be that everyone would be working together, what your ideas are for that?
Yeah, so really it depends on what's going on at the university at that time. My guess is that maybe in relation to bills that have already hit the floor, a topic that we haven't touched on that needs to be touched on, we work on that. The way the workshop would start is that we present on a board about 4 or 5 ideas, and it's like, okay, these are 4 or 5 big topics on campus that we can hit and make sure that we get that accomplished. And so then we can pretty much vote on those, maybe do a ranked choice voting type process on that, and then really hone in on that one big topic and attack it from a different angle. I think that would be probably the most beneficial way to go through with that.
Do you yield, Senator Rencher?
I yield.
Senator Aiken.
How do you plan to uphold the university and ASCSU initiatives of diversity, equity, and inclusion?
So I really like this question because it's something we talk about in the university very often. And I think it's important to recognize the person who we're, either if it's a candidate or a legislative writer, it's important to understand who they are as a person. I think we often get it backwards in politics for sure, about saying, oh, we need, this quota of people because, we're trying to achieve this and this and this. And I think that if we start at the individual level and we ourselves are in the SDPS offices consistently week after week, and we're making sure that we're listening. And as Chief Justice Zacharias said earlier, having an ear and listening to what our constituents say, especially those of a minoritized community, I think it's important for us to understand who they are as individuals, because we can't look at STPS as a cohesive unit of, STPS, we need to make sure that they're involved. We need to understand what their viewpoints are and what they want to see in their Senate space, and not just what we think they need. And so that's the biggest thing, is including people to make sure we have the diverse community that we need.
How are you going to recognize your inherent biases?
No stereotypes ever. I don't think that it's useful, and it is a shortcut. To me, it's a sign of laziness. And we shouldn't have stereotypes. We should be looking at who people are personally. And so with that, I won't make any decisions based off of somebody's past experiences or based off of what I think they would be best at. It's what they think is best for themselves.
Senator Trout.
Have you read the ASCSU Constitution and at least the previous Senate bylaws? And how would you judge your understanding of them?
I have read them and I would say that I understand them very well.
Sorry, just lost my page. There we are. Additionally, have you read through the job descriptions of Speaker Pro Tempore, and why do you think you are most qualified?
So I've read through the job description and I think that I'm most qualified because of the impact of organization, financial responsibility, and community service. I think those are the three big points as a business major, and I know I throw that around a lot. I think it's a big thing that we've seen brought to the position recently is the aspect of really detailed organization and financial responsibility, making sure that we're functioning as a Senate space. Also with community service, I've been involved in many organizations throughout both my time here at Colorado State University, also beforehand. And I've gotten to experience a lot of different perspectives, and I think that's important when thinking about serving your community.
All right, and how do you plan to balance work, ASCSU, and school?
I actually went to a brand new time management system. It's called Google Calendar. I was using a paper planner over the last probably, since my entire life pretty much. And so really that time management aspect has been changed for me in the last year. And I'm really looking forward to being able to pretty much lay that out and understand it based on a workload basis. I've actually been cutting back on a few opportunities that I've been or I've had the opportunity to pursue. I've cut back on those in anticipation for taking a leadership role here in Senate.
Awesome, thank you. I yield.
Senator Goodrow.
Hi, Senator Birch, how are you doing today?
Good, how are you?
I'm like you, but I think you have a way with words. So I wanted to ask you, in layman's terms, or to put it simply, what does being Speaker Pro Tempore look like to you?
That's a really good question. I'm gonna sit on that for a second, if you don't mind.
Take your time.
If I could use one word to describe the Speaker Pro Tempore position, it would be passion. Be passion for the people in the space and really understanding it's all about empathy and being able to place yourself in somebody's shoes. I've seen even this year, we've had Senate members who quit mid-semester, and you can see it really just the amount of work that they're being just faced with, or maybe a personal issue that's been happening. It really takes a toll on somebody, and being able to understand that and not just say, oh, deal with it or something like that, and being really able to give them grace. I think that's really important.
It didn't quite answer my question. I was hoping to hear a more clear explanation on the job description, and besides stepping in for the Speaker of the House, when the Speaker is not available, what else would your job responsibilities be?
Okay, thank you for the clarification. The biggest thing for Speaker Pro Tempore is community service. That's pretty much written through the job description, is being able to recognize opportunities in the area and bring those resources to the senators and the ASCSU officials. I think marketing is a big part of that as well. Not only just for Senate sessions, but for some community service objectives. Especially here in Fort Collins, we've had, there's issues here, especially with U+2 and some different policy issues, or even people who may not have a roof over their head. And I think that's really important to look at and make it aware for us. So it's pretty much marketing, community service, and attendance would be probably 3 big things.
I had one last question to piggyback off of Senator Abby's question about diversity and inclusion. In your community service, are you doing research to learn more about the disadvantages that disadvantaged communities are facing?
I would say that I'm not actively researching that. I have in the past read up on a little bit of things that have happened in different communities, and especially the history behind why we have the issues that we have in certain sectors of society, and why that's a deal. But right now, I'm not currently doing any research.
One more question. In your future community service, would research be an integral part of your community service?
Yes, it will. And I will make sure of that too.
Okay, thank you. I yield.
Before we continue, the Q&A clock is at 9 minutes and 48 seconds. I would entertain a motion to extend the clock for Q&A.
Point of information, is there anyone else on the speakers list?
Yes, no. Vice President, the Vice President.
Then I motion to exhaust the speakers list.
Okay, there's been a motion to exhaust the speakers list. I would ask for, is there a second?
Seconded.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Abstentions? This passes. So we will exhaust the speakers list. Vice President, if the Vice President would like to ask a question.
Hello, Speaker Pro Tempore-elect Burge. Candidate, pro tempore, whatever. So you mentioned using Google Calendar.
Yes.
Who taught you how to use Google Calendar?
Vice President Sandoval taught me how to use Google Calendar. I'm very thankful for that.
That's it. I yield.
Will the candidate please leave the chambers and bring in candidate Kaiser Curtis.
Howdy, hey, everyone.
Oh, and for clarification, I don't believe this was sent out. So just for accessibility, just read everything.
You don't have a mic anymore, so I get to slightly cover my face, unfortunately. Hi guys, my name is Kimberly Carrasero Perez. I use the she, her series of pronouns. And as you can see by my slides, I'm running for the Speaker Pro Tempore position. I have a whole
personal privilege, all of it. You have to read everything in front of you.
There's my email, kimcar23@collegestate.edu. I do have a table of contents. I am a little bougie like that. So the first one says about me, learn a bit about me. The second one is my qualifications for the Speaker Pro Tempore position. And the third little thing in the table of contents is goals within ASCSU. It is May the 4th, so I did include a little Star Wars quote. Difficult to see, always in motion is the future. Yoda, the Empire Strikes Back. Hindsight is always 20/20. So let's just keep that in mind. Number one, about me, learn about me. So I do a couple things here. The first column is the essentials, who I am, what I do. I will be a 4th year studying political science and international studies. I am a dog mom. And I'm from Colorado Springs, Colorado. Some of my extracurriculars are the Dos Caminos Fellowship at Fort Collins High School from 2019 to 2020, the Dreamful Mentor with Harris Bilingual School 2020 to 2021, and El Centro Senator from the 2021 term to the 2022 term. I do have some work experience. I have worked a couple positions on this campus. The loan and reserve desk is currently where I work. I actually just got a promotion into a leadership position there. So loan and reserve desk, Morgan Library Access Services, event coordinator, student diversity programs and services, El Centro, and a registrar for the Veterans Educational Benefits Office. 2, qualifications for the Speaker Pro Tempore position. Qualifications, ASCSU Senator, El Centro. I've worked in ASCSU as a Student Diversity Programs and Services Senator representing El Centro. I've done a couple things within that position, which I'll leave once we get into discussion and debate. The governing documents and the bylaws. I have some proficiency in these documents, and there's only room to keep growing. They are extensive documents, but there's always room to grow. In prior experience, I've worked in various departments across CSU. I embrace adaptability and I demonstrate innovation, excellent communication skills. I do love to talk. I'm strong, organized, and have some good project management skills. Third one, my goals within ASCSU. I'm here to help you guys. If I do get elected for this position, the Speaker Pro Tempore aids the Speaker of the Senate. However, I'm also here to be an aid to y'all. And these bullet points are what it would look like. Check-ins with me, yay. Opportunities both on campus and in the community. The Speaker Pro Temp shows you what these positions are and offers them to you and helps you hopefully get them. Legislation assistance. I came into this space not knowing how to write a bill, not knowing parliamentary procedure. So I do know what that is like, and I would like to avoid that for all future senators. So I am here to help you guys. And conflict resolution aid. We have in the past faced conflict within the space. So I would like to minimize the conflict in the space, but obviously it's going to happen. So conflict resolution aid is on there, and I believe that's all I have.
And with that, we'll move into 10 minutes of question and answer, starting with the first raised placard. Senator Athey.
How do you plan to uphold the university and ASCSU initiatives of diversity, equity, and inclusion?
That is a loaded question, which does require a loaded answer. Diversity, equity, and inclusion means the absolute most to me here at this university. There is only about, I think it's 4,000 Latino students on this campus and 700 Black students on this campus. So making sure that not just those identities are heard, but that we include those identities and actively work towards equity, not equality, just across the board. Diversity, equity, and inclusion. With diversity, in every single college, there is a person from every single SDPS office, whether that be PAC, El Centro, Women and Gender Advocacy Center, Student Disability Center, Pride, NAC, APAC. There is a student in every single college that falls in that category. So making sure that those students know where to find help, know how to succeed in a space that traditionally hasn't been built to aid them, is how I aim to uphold those standards.
How are you going to recognize your inherent biases?
Everyone has biases. Sorry, I'm taking a second to compose myself. I hold various identities, but just because I hold all these various identities doesn't mean I hold every single one in existence. So with that being said, Chief Justice Zacharias said it the best, just listening with your ears. I do think I'm a good listener. And if need be, I would put myself in a room, in an office, in a space with an identity that I normally don't hold, with someone who shares a completely different identity to me, to learn from them. Because I feel like listening and learning are the two biggest goals in the question that you asked. Thank you. I yield my time.
Senator Cho.
How do you plan to balance work, ASCSU, and school?
So as I said, I will be a fourth year and I'm very blessed to be taking two 12-credit semesters, which is very nice. And I just got promoted at my other job. I work at Martin's Library. So with school, 12 credit hours, with my other position, which is already on campus, which works great, that'll be another 15 to 20. But you should see my Google Calendar. That is the most organized thing. Usually not late to things. Usually on time. I get a notification 30 minutes before I have any meeting, 30 minutes before I have any class. So I like to say that I am a very organized person, and I don't think I would find difficulty balancing those three things.
And what made you decide to apply for this position?
Sweet Brandon Baum, wherever he is, he's over there. I had mentioned to him how I was interested in the position. And he like gave me the breakdown. He was like, here's this and this, here's this and that. And while I was intimidated at first by the position, I would like to be an aide to the senators when I didn't necessarily have an aide. I've seen how sometimes we can struggle in the space. And I would very much like to minimize that. I think that's all I have for that question.
Awesome, thank you, I yield.
Senator Richard.
You mentioned that you'd like to help with legislation assistance for like incoming senators. And like, I know that can be a very difficult process for new people in ASCSU understanding how everything works and what resources they have in order to move forward with their projects. Do you have any like ideas just like right off the bat right now that you're thinking of implementing to help incoming senators know how to write legislation better or access their resources?
So I know that we have legislation nights, or we've had them in the past, but they've kind of been few and far between. I would aim to have those more frequently, and with those check-ins that I had mentioned, see how, okay, how is your college doing? Have you talked to your director? Have you talked to X person of power? And how's it going in your college? Okay, let's say they give me a problem that's going on in their college or in their office. I'm like, okay, we can draft this up. Here's like a general outline. Let me know how I can help you. Here's how you do a whereas clause. Here's how you do a therefore clause. And that's honestly how I would do that. And just being open, because I know that writing legislation can be very hard. So yeah, the transparency and openness into getting these senators, which is you guys, where you need to be and why you're even here.
Thank you, I yield.
Are there any other questions? Senator Gabriel.
Hi, how are you doing?
Hi, how are you?
Doing well. So I had a question about something that Senator AP asked you earlier about how you plan to navigate your inherent biases. I heard that the first thing you said was that everyone has biases, which I think is very true. I know that you also stated that you work with one of the SDPS offices. How would you say that your experience in the SDPS offices has helped you to navigate your biases?
That is an awesome question. So I am currently the senator for Centro, but through my senatorship with the Centro, I've gotten to connect with senators from the SDC, from Pride, from BAC, Josie Brown, even though she isn't returning. This position with my senatorship for SDPS has opened the doors to me, like to learn about different identities that I don't hold. And can you ask the question one more time? There was like a second part to that.
Of course. I wanted to know how your experience with the SDPS offices has helped you learn more about how you navigate your own biases.
As I mentioned in the slide, I did go kind of fast on those. I was a student event coordinator for Centro, which involved cross events with different SDPS offices. One of those projects, just for an example, would be Salsa Merengue night that we had. Salsa Merengue are Latino dances, which we worked with BAC for. But then also we had a bachata night that was also collaborated with BAC and Pride. So in these events that I've helped put together, they've offered me the opportunity to see how, kind of like how I mentioned before, that there's every single SDPS office has someone in every single one of the colleges, how there is a Latino student who also identifies as someone who's maybe an APAC or Afro-Latino students. So that's how I answer the question.
Thank you for your answer. I have one more question. I understand that part of the speaker pro tempore position is minimizing conflicts or mitigating conversations that include conflicts. Would you say that you have experience in mitigating in conflicts when it comes to having biases?
I would say so, and here's why. I am the oldest sibling, and that already says a lot. So throughout my whole life, I've helped from a young age mitigate conflict. And I've seen it in the space before, where I'm like, okay, there's this conflict going on. Let's talk to this person. Let's talk to this person. Let's come to a consensus. Let's not have gossip spread around the whole office, because that can be detrimental to the space. Where I've seen it before, where other senators have come in and been like, I don't want to be in this space because people are gossiping about me. And that's not cool. That's not cool across the board. We're here to do a job. So in regards to mitigating conflicts, I do think I have good experience in that, but with that, there's only room to keep growing as more and more conflicts do occur, because they will occur. I think it'd be ignorant to think that they won't. So only room to grow.
Thank you, Senator. I yield.
Senator Bukhari. Oh, before you begin, I would entertain a motion to exhaust the speakers list because we're almost on time.
Motion to exhaust the speakers list.
There's been a second. All in favor, say aye. All opposed? Abstentions? This motion passes. You may continue.
Howdy. So you talked about growth in this position. Like, where do you see yourself growing the most if elected in this position?
Growth is a big word. As I had mentioned before, I've only been a senator thus far. So being in a leadership position does require growth as you get into the position. There's no way to be prepared to come into this position. So growth for me looks like calling up Pro Temp Bomb and being like, hey, I'm a little confused on this. How can I move forward better in this position? Or calling up former speaker Jackson Hunter, being like, hey, there's this piece of legislation. I don't know if this works. I don't know if this is even able to pass. Can you help me with this? Or calling up Kevin and being like, hey, there's this piece of legislation. Can you help me take a look at it and dissect it? All of these lovely individuals have made themselves available, which can only aid in my growth if elected into this position.
Thank you. I yield my time.
Are there any other questions for the candidate?
So I'm not put against the speakers list if no one else can raise their hand.
Good. Thank you. And so with that, we're ending the Q&A period. Ask the candidate to please leave the room. We'll enter a voting period. This will be by secret. Excuse me. We'll enter a period of discussion today for 20 minutes, starting with the first raised member.
Just like a quick point of clarification, just for like any new senators, if you want to view like job descriptions of any of these positions, you can go to the ASCSU website under documents and they'll be listed there. So Senate job descriptions, you can find that if you want to review it and have a bit more information.
Senator Trout.
Hey, y'all. Personally, I believe Senator Charles Perez, I apologize if I pronounced that wrong, is one of the most passionate people within this space. She is an incredible individual and has proven time and time again how much she truly loves her work. And I have absolutely no doubt of Kimberly's abilities to fulfill this position in Senate leadership. She is not only one of the most reliable people you will ever meet, but also an incredible friend. It is an absolute pleasure that I give her my full endorsement, and I will be voting for her confirmation. I yield.
Senator Whalen. Farmer. Well, no, start with W.
Point of information first, am I allowed to speak?
I believe so. You're considered an ex officio member.
Thank you. I'd just like to say that both Senator Burge and Senator Carazano Perez, I feel that either one of them would be a great fit for this position. I truly have faith in both of them, and I think whatever the Senate decides is the right choice. I don't really see any bad outcome here. So with that, I leave it all to you. Thank you. I yield.
I have confidence in both Kimberly and Noah, but for this position, Kim is the best option. She has shown such a love of advocacy over the year that I've worked with her, and having her voice in a leadership role can help ensure that we have a measured and thoughtful leadership. She is the most qualified for the role, having been preparing and studying for the last few weeks, as well as learning through engaging in every session of the 51st Senate. I have confidence she can chair the Senate when Speaker DeSalvo is unable to, as well as in her ability to ensure an equitable and inclusive space to the rest of the job duties of the Speaker Pro Tempore. As the longest serving senator and having seen 4 individual Speaker Pro Tempores, Kimberly Carazano Perez is the best choice. Thank you.
Senator Gavril.
I have had the pleasure of being Senator Carazano Perez's colleague outside of Senate. I was not aware that she was a senator until I became a senator. But after the fact, knowing that she had been senator the whole time kind of made clear what her work ethic is like. I am someone who goes to the back office a lot as just a student who hangs out there. Kimberly's been there almost every single day. She's very involved in all of the SDPS offices. On top of that, there's been incidences where, as she stated, Senate gossip is everywhere. And I have been a part of it, or I've been privy to it. And there is a time in which I've seen Kimberly mitigate that by shutting down the gossip. She was not having any part of it. This was outside of anyone watching her. And to know that she's running for this position, knowing that she's going to protect the people she's working for and protect the office, I think gives me faith in knowing that she's the best person for this work. Thank you.
Are there any other points of discussion and debate? Seeing none, we'll move into a voting period by secret ballot. How we're going to do this is we're going to have both candidates' names on the ballot, and you'll put yes for the candidate you want, a no. I yield to Speaker Pro Tempore.
Hey y'all, you're gonna get a piece of paper, and if you need pens and pencils, I got it for you. What you'll do is write down the candidate's name that you think that you vote yes for this position. Does that make any sense?
Goddamn legs start working again. Christian just gave me a new battery for this. I never got in here yet. Oh, yeah.
information? Do you want us to bring these up to you, or are you gonna come get them?
I'll have to address that. As soon as you're done writing a candidate, please bring it to me and fold in half.
You should say.
Votes have been casted. A candidate has received majority. Can the parliamentarian please bring in the candidates?
For your information, we'll do the vote count.
Kimberly Carasetto has garnered a vote of 9, whereas Senator Burge has garnered a vote of 2.
Are there any abstentions?
No abstentions.
Thank you.
Members of the Senate, please welcome your new Speaker Pro Tempore, Kimberly Carasetto Perez. Speaker Pro Tempore, Kimberly Carasetto, please assume your seat.
For your information, Justice Winnington.
Can we have the Chief Justice to swear in the new Speaker Pro Tempore?
Give you the microphone. It's your big moment.
I don't even know where.
The microphone's dead.
Oh, okay,
So-
we can share.
I state your name.
I, Kimberly Rachel Carrasero Perez,
Do solemnly swear to defend and uphold the rules and regulations.
do solemnly swear to
To defend and uphold
defend and uphold
the rules and regulations
the rules and regulations
set forth by the Constitution
set forth by the Constitution
of the Associated States of Colorado State University.
of the Associated Students of Colorado State University,
I will rightfully perform the duties of my office
and will rightfully perform the duties of my office
to the best of my abilities.
to the best of my abilities.
Congratulations.
Getting pictures of little class.
We'll now move into the nominations for parliamentarian. Is there anyone who wishes to self-nominate or nominate someone else for the role of parliamentarian? Ben Torres Doxy.
I'd like to nominate Noah Burge.
No, Burge, you've been nominated for parliamentarian. Do you accept?
I accept.
Are there any other candidates is there anyone else who wishes to nominate themselves or someone else for the role of parliamentarian? Seeing none, we'll move into presentations. Senator Byrd, if you could come up to the front. Give me a second.
Well, I didn't prepare anything for this. But anyway, yeah, my name's Noah Burge, Senator for the College of Business. And yeah, really the main thing that I want to bring to the role of parliamentarian is really what's already that organization. I think it's a role that really I'd be able to do well in.
Thank you. We'll enter a Q&A period, starting with the first raised placard.
Oh, sorry. I was just skip Q&A, so you just have to get into the question.
There's one raised placard.
I rescind that, that's right.
Senator Gabriel.
I just wanted to say that I think you'd be a great candidate for this position. Thank you.
Thank you.
You have a motion, Senator.
I read through to previous questions, sort of, yeah, previous questions.
Is there a second?
Seconded.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes unanimously. We will enter a period of discussion and debate, so if the candidate could step out, please. Are there any points of discussion and debate? Senator Trout.
My motion for previous question and additionally motion for unanimous consent.
Is there any dissent? Okay, so there's been a motion to previous question. Is there a second for that? There's been a second. We'll do this by voice vote. All those in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Abstentions? Okay, and the second motion to approve this with unanimous consent, and there is a second. No, excuse me. Is there dissent to that motion? Seeing no dissent, this passes unanimously. So, thank you. Please bring Senator Virgin. It's getting there. Can we have the Chief Justice swear Senator Virgin as parliamentarian?
I state your name.
I, Noah Birch,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
to defend and uphold
to defend and uphold
the rules and regulations
the rules and regulations
set forth by the Constitution of the Associated States of Colorado State University,
set forth by the Constitution of the Associated Students of Colorado State University,
and will rightfully perform the duties of my office
and will rightfully perform the duties of my office
to the best of my ability.
to the best of my ability.
Congratulations.
Alrighty, we'll now move into the nominations for recruitment and retention officer. Is there anyone wishing to self-nominate or nominate someone else for the position of recruitment and retention officer? President Long.
I nominate Senator Stocksy.
Ben, do you accept the nomination? So the nomination's been rejected, Senator AD.
Okay, I don't know your name, so Becca, second from the left. I don't know your name. Second from the left.
Senator Gabriel.
Yeah, second, so I nominate Senator Gabriel.
Senator Gabriel, do you accept the nomination as recruitment and retention officer?
They get a big description of the
So, of course, as Senator Rencher said, the job descriptions are on the website, but essentially what the recruitment and retention officer does is build relationships within the Senate chambers and of course outside of the Senate in an attempt to get senators to come to ASCSU. Of course, they're a member of the legislative cabinet. That's essentially the role of the job, the main role. Is there any addition to that I missed? Yeah, of course, communication with the senators as well. So with that, do you accept the nomination?
Would I have to step down from the Senator position?
No,
Then I accept.
perfect. So if we could have you come to the front and present. And before we continue, are there any other nominations or self-nominations for the role? Yes. Walker.
I nominate Senator Bucari.
Senator Bucari, do you accept the nomination?
Sure.
Yes, okay. So if you could exit the chamber. You have 5 minutes to present, Senator.
Thank you, Senator Ap, for the nomination. And thank you everyone else for your support if I have it. I'm not entirely sure what this job looks like, but I saw a quick description and it looks like an interesting position. Outreach is something that I'm good at. I feel that I'm a good communicator. I have a lot of outreach already within my community and other communities. I'm in close contact and I work closely with the SDPS offices and with other organizations across campus. That's both academics, extracurriculars. I like to talk. If you guys haven't already noticed, I'm very outgoing, which I think is a part of the outreach and retention position. And if you choose to have me as your outreach and retention coordinator, then I will do my best to make you guys proud. That's all I have to say. I yield.
We'll now enter into a 10-minute period of Q&A, starting with the first raised placard. Senator Athens.
How do you plan to uphold the ASCSU and university initiatives of diversity, equity, and inclusion?
I will be honest, I did not read through the ASCSU's definition of diversity, equity, and inclusion, but it is something that I'm very familiar with. Diversity, equity, and inclusion to me is very important. On campus, I'm a Black woman of color. I identify as having a disability. And so I understand that sometimes odds are stacked against me. And I also understand that there's other students who can have odds stacked against them. And so I understand that my position as outreach and retention means that I have to make sure I'm considering a lot of different people's opinions and perspectives. And so that means I'm considering people who are disadvantaged and making sure I'm giving them a voice. It sounds like a redundant answer. I know every single person has answered the same thing, but it really is important to make sure that you're doing outreach and retention in communities that don't have voices in spaces like these.
Before I move on, what is that? Can someone close the door in the back?
I think it's like a vacuum or something.
Cool, okay. Secondly, how are you going to recognize your internet biases? The door is closed.
I want to quote Kimberly on what she said earlier about everyone having biases. I think that's the first and most important consideration about biases is recognizing that everyone has them. I'm sure everyone, or if you guys have heard of like the big 8 identities, they're the big 8 of the underrepresented and minoritized communities. The big 8 being, I'm not going to name them, but people who identify as having a big 8 identity are people who are underrepresented. And I can recognize my inherent biases by first recognizing that I don't hold an identity in all 8 of those, which means in some senses I am privileged. And I can also recognize that other people, even if they don't hold any of those identities, they might be facing oppression in other ways, in ways that I can't see. And just recognizing that people go through things because we're all human and that I can't judge people
without knowing them.
Thank you. I yield my time.
Senator Trout.
Hello. So have you read either the Senate bylaws or the Constitution? If not, that's okay. How would you judge your understanding of them? And if you haven't, what do you plan to do to get a familiarity with them, especially since they are really broad documents?
I did read part of the Constitution last night, of the amended Constitution that was part of the email that was sent out. Maybe the first 10 pages. So I have an understanding of kind of how Senate works, how ASCSU runs, but not much more than that. I have plans to take more time to get into the Constitution and the bylaws to understand those better. And I also have a lot of people here that I'm familiar with that I'll probably be asking questions to, because a lot of you guys, it's not your first year, but this is my first year. So I'll be in communication with you guys.
Awesome. How do you plan to balance work, ASCSU, and school?
Balancing things is hard. I'm sure we all know that as students. And I have a pretty busy schedule already. But when I signed up to be a senator, I was recognizing that it's a pretty big time commitment. And it's not just like the Wednesday Senate sessions that we have, it's more hours that I'm putting into my community. And so recognizing that I'll have a lot more responsibilities outside of this space is something I've considered. So in order to prepare for that, as Senator somebody said earlier that they have to cut back on other opportunities that was offered to them in the future to make more time and space for this position. That's something that I've done in preparation for just the senator position, but it's also opened up a lot more time for me to accept this position as well.
Awesome, thank you. I yield.
Are there any other questions for the candidate? Seeing none, we'll enter a period of discussion today. I would ask the candidate to leave the chamber.
Point of order, we do the other candidate first, and then we do discussion and debate.
Okay, then I'd ask you to bring the other candidate in. You have 5 minutes to present.
Hi all, I'm Faraz Bukhari. It's my first time being in a.
Point of personal privilege into the microphone.
It's on now. Okay, sorry, I'll start again. I'm Faraz Bukhari. I'm currently a sophomore in health and exercise science in HHS. And this is my first time here. I've sat in a few sessions. I know the former VP and the speaker. I say I'm pretty good friends with them. It's actually Jack's birthday the other day. That's pretty awesome. But yeah, I'm pretty new to this position, but I'm really influenced by what y'all do here, especially by former President VP Mary. She's a very inspirational person to me, and seeing her work here has really inspired me to apply to this position. Let's see, about me. I actually transferred here from the University of Massachusetts Amherst. My mom came here about 20-something years ago. She did her PhD here, and I was like, why not just come here too? It's a green campus. I love being outdoors. Let's see, in high school, I was an avid cross-country runner, track and field. That kind of dictated my entire lifestyle because I had to manage my time and also run. And to run, you have to do studies and you have to take care of your sleep. And to me, those are the three most important things: sleeping, eating, and running. And then studies somehow made it through. And that's why I'm here. I'm also an RA on campus for one of the great towers, Westfall Hall, that will be closed next year. So unfortunate, but I will be in the sister tower, Durward. We do get compared to a prison cell pretty often. Our walls are pretty dreary. We have a pretty lovely community of random people, which is pretty awesome. We're on the edge of campus. So the way I like to see it is when you're in the towers, everything else on campus looks beautiful. It's such a low standard set, but the people make it very livable there. And I'm a very people oriented person, I'd say. Half my job is orienting students to resources on campus, where sorry, well, that's a word. Yeah, whether it be the STB, I say those offices, STPS office, financial aid, student legal services, or whatnot. It's interesting. I've learned more about this campus in this role rather than just being a student, and I want to share these resources with students all across campus. And furthermore, in high school, I did run as a class vice president. Not that that has any bearing over this role, but in terms of leadership, it was a pretty interesting role. We did a lot of fundraising, bake sales. Hot chocolate is actually a really good way to talk to students. You know, one hand with hot chocolate, and then they have to stay because they feel obligated to stay and drink. It's also a sweet treat. And it does get pretty cold here. I've lived on the East Coast for a majority of my life. My mother, she's in the Army, so I've had to move around like every 3 to 4 years. I was actually born in Colorado, which is odd because people are like, oh, you don't look like you're, not look, you don't sound like you're from here. Like, you don't know anywhere in, like in Colorado, that like Colorado Springs, Colorado, and Loveland, because those are the 3 places I lived. But moving around has really shown me like people come with a story, whether it be long or short. Everyone's at different chapters in their life, and if I can be a part of that, that's awesome. But if I can help move the pages along and show them where their passions lie, I really appreciate doing that in this role. So thank you.
We'll now enter a 10-minute Q&A period, starting with the first raised placard. Senator Trout.
Have you read the Senate bylaws and or the Constitution, and how would you judge your understanding of them?
Yes, I have read the bylaws. I wouldn't say I'm fully versed in all of them yet. It is very confusing language. It's been 3 years since I've taken AP government. And it is pretty daunting, but I have a wonderful resources here, y'all, the executive board and those just elected, I'm sure. And I will be reaching out to further clarify my understanding of these laws, but I am not well versed. This is my first session here. I'd like to admit that, but I'm willing to learn, and there's a lot of learning in this position, which I'm grateful for.
How do you plan to work or balance work, ASCSU, and school?
Sure. So this is like the same thing as I said earlier with the running. I love running. Running is like integral to like keeping my sanity. I'd say I'm pretty fast. I want to try for the team next year. I mean, that's a big hurdle to jump over. No pun intended because of my track field. Sorry. But we will see. I'm taking like 15, 16 credits, 3 labs next semester. And I will be using Google Calendar more. I've tried this. There's this app called, I think it's Socratic or something. I forget. I tried using it, but I'm not that tech savvy compared to most. I'm pretty boomer in that sense. But I will be using more resources and referring to people here as to their experience as well in this role.
Awesome. Thank you. I yield.
Senator Athey.
How do you plan to uphold the university and ASCSU initiatives of diversity, equity, and inclusion?
Sure. This is again a loaded question. Loaded answer. Sorry. Quoting. So what is it? Diversity, equity, and inclusion. Okay, diversity. As I said earlier, everyone comes with a story, right? And never judge a book by its cover, but everyone comes with different materials, different papers, different titles. And I think it's very important to be aware of, like, let's see, what do we learn? Author's purpose, right? Everyone comes like with their own intention and interpretation of how they live their life. All their experiences accumulate to this point, and it's about understanding and communicating that in a respectful and responsible manner. Because we all have our own stories. It's how we, I guess, voice those stories in a respectful manner that people will understand them better. We can't make assumptions about people and their stories or their experiences, but only based off of what they've said and I guess presenting themselves as. So I'm going on that standard. I try not to make assumptions about people. Usually when I meet people, it's how they like greet me, I greet them, you know. I'll admit, like when I first came back, my freshman year, I was completely online. So I was like a bear of hibernation coming on campus this year. And I'll admit, pronouns were very hard for me because where I live in Massachusetts, like that was not a big thing. But I've been learning them more and trying to get them right because that's a very respectful way to address someone. What was the other one? Equity. Again, like I'm not that versed in the role of like, I guess, social norms here, but I am really hoping to learn in this position how to better meet the needs of not only senators, but also students in this role. And the last one.
Inclusion.
Inclusion, sure. As an RA, it's really hard getting people to come to your floor meetings. But I've done some outreach marketing, but I find like if you make a very individualized approach to people, that shows more care and consideration. So I plan to do the same here if I can. That's just building stories with people and personal experiences, right? Showing you care, showing that they matter in this space and their voice can be heard.
Thanks. It is your job to represent all identities, not just those that you hold. How do you intend to ensure that you are doing this?
Can I think about it for a second? So I think a big part about coming to college is like you will be forced to, I guess, not reconcile, but to come face to face with your identities, right? Whether you like it or not, you expand upon yourself, you learn more about yourself, not only your passions or your major, your minor, but who you are as a person. And I think at ASCSU, like that's an integral part about this job is that you will be representing a constituency, whether that be part of the SDPS offices, your specific college, your background, socioeconomic background. And I think that's a really hard place for people to navigate, especially their experiences. Being an RA, like I've had a few residents who came from international backgrounds, and it's in tandem with the language barrier, it's really hard to accommodate them in the sense like of navigating social norms in America, right? But there's different resources on campus. There's different offices. Like I worked with Senator Sankar. I don't know if he's not here anymore. Sanskar, and like he's able to give one of my residents a lot of aid. But it's just like that, like just reaching out and making students and senators aware of like the resources they have and destigmatizing that, right? It's okay to ask for help. Even me coming out here, you know, it's like, it's a big hurdle, right? I'm not used to public speaking anymore, but I've had a lot of resources help me and coach me in, I guess, delivering and conducting myself in a manner that's appropriate.
Thanks. How are you going to recognize your inherent biases? While you're thinking, put in information, how much time is left in Q&A?
3 minutes and 50 seconds.
With that, I'd say like communication, right? As stated earlier, biases are inevitable for everybody, whether they be conscious or unconscious. It's important to understand where people are coming from. Just as you've done like several times in this session is like the point of accessibility, just like that. It's communicating that to others and making it known. There's always a silent minority or majority that people tend to forget, but it's also making it okay for people to talk about their issues. Not even issues, but concerns they may have, and they want things to get clarified. Because representation is really hard to, I guess, establish in a community so grand, so vast, right? And like we do have some diversity here in so many categories, right? And biases will be apparent in all of them, whether we like it or not, but having that constant communication with students, with senators, with the board here, I think that would be really important.
Last question. This space has been historically hostile, especially to marginalized identities, and particularly this last year in relation to the queer community. How do you intend to make these communities feel heard, represented, and supported?
Sure, can't say communication again, but also communication. But I think just making people aware of what CSU stands for, right? And what are those community principles you discussed? But
in the first question?
Yeah.
Diversity, equity, and inclusion.
Those, but also we have so many resources people have on campus, right? Rather than taking like just complaints and just voicing it between friends, we can use it as a medium for people to actually like expand upon, right? Like instead of like people just being frustrated with ACSU or the student body or like faculty or administration, we can work with students so that they can be heard, because yes, there are marginalized groups on campus. But it would be more important for me, in my opinion, to work with them rather than just recognizing it, right? How we're gonna do that, that's also a work in progress, right? There's no easy solution to this, but making open forums, making it so that people feel like they can talk, like it's okay to talk, and destigmatizing that is more important to me. Like what I used to do like before breaks and after breaks is I knock on each resident's door and just ask how are you doing? That's a question most people don't get being away from campus, right? You're on your own, you're studying alone, you're eating alone. I mean, you do have friends, like everyone should have friends. But just knowing that they're cared for, right? That I'm a resource for them in that regard, that meant a lot to them and a lot to me, I'd say. So in the same way, like for people across campus, like maybe making more QR codes, more question and answer sessions, like more transparency in ASCSU so people know what we do and they're not just like, oh, they're just a Senate body. Like my understanding of ASCSU before I came was like, it's just another student council, right? Which is very wrong, like I'll admit. And coming here, I started to understand that. Like I sat in the back, I was in the gallery. And it's pretty cool what y'all do here. And I'm very inspired by the work and I hope I can like contribute to that.
Thank you.
Okay, and there is 10 seconds left on the clock.
Is there anyone else in this business?
I don't believe so. So with that,
And the previous question then.
there's been a motion to previous question.
Seconded.
All those in favor of ending Q&A, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Abstentions? This motion passes. Candidate Kari, could you step out? Thank you. We'll now enter a period of 20 minutes of discussion and debate on both candidates, starting with the first raised placard. So in the gallery, their hands raised. So we'll go to Senator Silverheart. Former Senator Silverheart.
Hello, everybody. My name is Alex Silverheart. I'm a former senator here in this space, and I just had a few words to share. Personally, I don't believe either of these candidates are appropriate choices for this position. These are two individuals that are brand new to this space. These are also two individuals that did not express interest in this position either. Both of them expressed not knowing how this space worked or the values that we hold in this space. We represent 24,000 people. I don't think it's fair to push people into a position in order to have a full legislative cabinet. This is not a position that needs to be filled right now. This is for recruitment and retention officer. I feel like, come fall, I feel like all of us in ASCSU will be working hard in order for recruitment to occur. And over the summer, retention isn't really important per se. There's no pay for this position over summer. So personally, I don't think it's really important. And I don't think it's fair to either of the candidates or anyone in the Senate space or any students here at CSU to push people into leadership positions that they don't express interest in. Thank you.
Do you yield?
Yes.
Okay. Are there any other points of discussion or debate? Senator Athey.
I have two points. One, to respond to Alex Silverheart, we can have a vote of no confidence in these candidates. But in response to that, I 100% agree that we shouldn't force anyone into these positions. However, everyone does get a chance to say if they would not like to do the job. And I think that Senator Gaboon will do well in this position. I think everyone needs to join the position and learn as they go. No one jumps in and has any idea what they're doing. And I think I'm excited for their input in this space. They've already exemplified their excitement for advocacy within the space based on their questioning so far. And I fully endorse them as recruitment and retention officer. I would be on board for giving them another shot to say no if they would like to. I do, however, have concerns about Senator Kari. He definitely answered questions really well. But in relation to a recent Do Better CSU post, We do not get to make decisions that fall to the Title IX office. But at this moment, with that post still being in the air, I don't wish to have that person be the recruiting face of the organization. I yield.
Senator Trout.
So kind of echo what Senator Ati said on, let's see, April 4th, a Do Better CSU post was posted regarding sexual harassment by a Westfall desk worker.
So these concerns were brought up in Q&A, and I don't think allegations that are these severe should be brought up in a question, in a discussion period if the candidate was not asked about them. I just have real concerns about something like that. In addition to that, I just don't feel that they're germane.
Thank you. I yield.
Senator Rencher.
I think, given that both these candidates just hopped on right away to give speeches they weren't prepared for, in their speeches, they both expressed that they would do well in these positions with the knowledge that they do have. And for Senator Bukhari, I think this is a wonderful opportunity for him to use his experience as an RA in recruitment and retention. As an RA, you're always communicating with students and you have a knowledge of how to interact with students, bring them into like different social events. So I think that skill could play well for recruitment and retention. Working at the front desk, I've spoken with Ben several times about, directing students his way, like, hey, these students are interested in being involved in ASCSU. And I know from that position, someone who is knowledgeable about ASCSU is helpful. And given that these both are new candidates, they will have a lot to learn in that regard. But I believe Senator Bukhari's experience with involving students in events would help him have a good foundation there, as well as he would need to learn how to work with the SDPS offices, have greater connection there. I think Senator Gabriel is more involved with the SDPS offices, but as a senator, she can definitely use her influence very well in that area. And ASCSU should be striving to include new people as well. So by giving Senator Bukhari a chance to have this position, it's a way that we can connect one more person to those SDPS offices rather than just relying on people already within those spaces. We need to make sure we're bringing in more people. And so I believe he would be a great candidate for this role. I yield.
Are there any further points of discussion or debate? Seeing none, we'll move into a secret ballot vote period. It'll be the same style that we did for the Speaker Pro Tem 4. Yes, Senator Nathan.
Before we vote, can we bring both candidates back in and double check that that we're not forcing them into anything to respond to Alex Silverhead's point of view?
Absolutely. If the parliamentarian could bring both candidates in.
Point of information for the candidates. We got you back in, just double check because neither of you had applied for the position or had any of you are going to be asked. We want to double check you're not placing into anything that you will still 100% on board with getting the role. You can just give a thumbs up if you want. Cool, thank you.
All right, so both candidates can step up while we go up to the voting period. Sorry.
Can you put spelling on the screen?
What?
That would be parliamentarian for spelling for candidates.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you.
I don't believe.
Kevin, we require your
Kevin, help.
assistance at the front.
I think they had it pulled up in the Zoom.
Motion to give Kevin Clark temporary floor rights so that he can aid for the rest of the evening when needed.
There's been a motion. Is there a second? All those in favor of giving former parliamentarian Clark floor rights for the rest of the session, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions, this motion passes. But again, as I was explaining before, the system of voting would be the same. You just write the candidate's name on the slip that you'd like to fill this position.
I don't have.
Did I get everyone? Kind of personal privilege. Can you also zoom in to the margins on this one? Thank you.
So with a majority vote, Senator Bukhari will be the new Recruitment and Retention Officer. So Parliamentarian.
Can I just vote for it?
What was that?
Can I just vote count over you?
Yeah.
You can vote count. You just want to check who's voting.
So candidate Rue got 3 votes. Senator Bukhari got 5, and there was 1 abstention. Will the parliamentarian please bring the candidates? Okay.
Which parliamentary?
Either one. I would ask that all statements are germane to the business of the Senate. So with a majority vote, Senator Bukhari, you are the new Recruitment and Retention Officer. Will the Chief Justice swear in the candidate?
I state your name.
I, Faraz Bukhari,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
to defend and uphold
to defend and uphold
the rules and regulations
the rules and regulations
set forth by the Constitution
set forth by the Constitution
of the Associated Students of Colorado State University,
of the Associate Students of Colorado State University,
and will rightfully perform
and will rightfully perform
the duties of my office
the duties of my office
to the best of my ability.
to the best of my ability.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
President Long,
I'd like to make a motion to move exec ratifications between Senate leadership and the chair elections.
Is there a second for that motion? Well, carrying on, there was no second for the motion. So we'll now go into Budgetary Affairs Committee Chair nominations. If there are any self-nominations or other nominations for the role of Budgetary Affairs Committee Chair.
Point of information, I believe all the executive members, they are not required to stay for like the chair member discussion, correct? So if they were moved up, that would save them from having to wait through all of that.
Yes.
Could I motion to move the executive ratifications to where President Long requested?
Yes. Is there a second for that motion? What could,
Information, President Long, you can second that.
okay, there's been a second to move the executive cabinet ratifications before the chair elections. So we'll do this by a voice vote. So all those in favor of that motion, say aye.
No.
All those opposed,
No.
No.
abstentions. So there was division, but it was clear that the ayes had it. So will the parliamentarian reflect that change? And we'll move into the ratification of the executive cabinet. If President Long and perhaps Vice President Sandoval would come and introduce their picks for the positions.
All right, hello, Senate. So we'll start off. All right, so Derek Newberger, we would like to introduce the new president of the CSU Graduate Student Council, as well as the Deputy Director of Graduate Affairs, Derek Newberger.
Also, just to be clear, we as Senate does not need to ratify this candidate, and Advisor Deardahl would be able to speak more on that if y'all have any questions about why. So go ahead and tell us about yourself.
Point of information.
Hi.
Sorry, before you present. Why are we presenting if we don't need to vote?
Just
Can
introduce
we-
you guys.
Can we do this on another day? Sorry to waste your time, since, just to save everyone's time, since we. No? Okay, never mind,
Hi, my name is Derek Newberger. I'm a PhD candidate in the horticulture department. And you know what? That's about it.
Or you can, whichever.
We will now request Hayden Deason to come forward.
And President Long, you could call all the candidates. And after that, I would entertain a motion to put them on a slate, but that's up to you if you want to do them individually or not.
So we wanted to do them individually to give them time to present, but also so we wouldn't overwhelm Senate. And we highly disagree on putting them on a slate, just so y'all can hear them and make adequate choices.
Advisor Hugo.
I think just point of clarification, Speaker DeSalvo was saying if you wanted to have all of cabinet go up at one time, not like, but you speak about them individually versus the back and forth. Does that make sense? So they're all standing there, but you present them individually.
I request all the cabinet to come to the floor.
Before that happens, before that happens, I would like to motion for discussion and debate on that, please.
Seconded.
Okay, well, there wasn't necessarily a motion to put the individuals on a slate.
Okay, if there's no motion to put them on the slate, then currently only one person needs to be at the front.
Okay, so, so a slate to present, okay. So there's been a motion and a second to discuss putting the candidates on a slate to be presented by the president and vice president.
More information from you. If there's no motion for slate, I don't need to talk.
Okay. So parliamentarian, former parliamentarian clerk.
I would just recommend, I motion to put the executive cabinet on a slate, and then we can enter into discussion and debate on that motion.
Is there a second to that motion? The motion's been seconded.
30 minutes of discussion.
So I'll open 30 minutes of discussion and debate on that motion, starting with the first raised placard. Senator Trout.
All right, I am opposed to a slate for a couple reasons. For the sake of quality assurance, I will be voting no on a slate, and here's why. For those who may not know, slates are used primarily when the Senate already believes they have confidence in the candidates put before them and when they want to save time. Personally, I would rather spend more time hearing from the candidates put before us and being confident in the people that we are going to be putting to work with and who will be stewarding our student fees, primarily unsupervised and unchecked for the next year by Senate. Additionally, understanding what each cabinet member individually plans to work on and bring to the table not only allows the Senate to be informed on exec, as we should be, but also ensures that they are up to the standards our students demand from us. I also have an issue with the slate for ethical reasons. We have many new faces here tonight. Hi, y'all. And I want y'all to be just as informed as the senators who have been around the block. I'm excited to hear what each of these incredible minds and brilliant leaders want to bring to the table, and I hope y'all do as well with that. I yield.
So Senator, before I let you go, I would like to make it known to the Senate that although candidates can be put on slates, individual candidates can be taken out of the slate for more like personal questions and things of that nature. Senator Athey.
My hand quite recently. I was hoping that other people go ahead.
Okay. Is there any other point of discussion, debate? Senator Athey.
Okay. Even if the person I trusted the most in this world was the person deciding on this cabinet, I would still be against this slate and against allowing these candidates to go unchecked. Becoming a senator means dedicating time to ensure that our constituents are being represented. And the only way to do that, especially when it comes to executive cabinet, is to go through them each individually. I believe that slates are a great way to slip in a candidate that isn't as qualified or is even potentially problematic without the Senate having any ability to actually test their qualifications. Putting candidates on a slate creates recycled answers, and I would prefer to hear everyone's actual answer rather than one person answer and everyone else says the same thing, just in a slightly different way. I yield.
Are there any other points of discussion, debate? Former Senator Welch.
So could we maybe just rescind the motion and go one by one? Because I feel like we're time on that thing and I don't want to have to argue about this for 30 minutes and waste more time. So could it be possible to rescind the motion and just do one by one?
Do you rescind the motion, Parliamentarian clerk?
I rescind the motion.
Okay. So folks in the gallery, if you'd like to sit down. And I'd also ask for decorum. It's kind of loud in the back. So I'll let you go, President Hall.
All right, so for our Chief of Staff candidate, we chose Hayden Deason to be our nominee. Hayden is a ecosystem and science and sustainability major and was a 2022-2023 vice president candidate and was also a senator for the 2021-2022 ASCSU Senate. And Hayden, if you have anything to say.
Hi, y'all. I'm kind of nervous, so please be patient with me. Yeah, so I am going for Chief of Staff right now, specifically with Ratification. I really look forward to working with all of you, both in executive and in Senate. I'm a former senator. I have a lot of passion for this space. I think that ASCSU can do incredible things for the student body, and honestly, we don't get enough recognition. A lot of my goals as chief of staff would be to create unity within my staff and to work as a liaison between the executive, legislative, and the rest of the executive cabinet. Thank you.
Okay, we'll now enter 10 minutes of Q&A on this candidate, Senator Trump.
Hello. In former years, many members of the cabinet have basically just dropped off the face of the planet, in that they become unreachable and no longer able to complete their job duties, while still getting paid by student fees for holding said position. How do you intend to prevent this and keep everyone engaged and excited in their position?
That's a good question. I think I really look up to the current chief of staff, Carter Ryder. I think she's done an amazing job with keeping retention. And I know there was a bit of an issue with, I believe, the director of diversity and inclusion over the last summer. I hope to get all of my, I don't know what to call them, executive ease, their contact information, so that I can keep up to date with them during the summer, just so that we make sure that A, they're doing all right, mentally, physically, and B, that they're excited to come back. I am very much looking forward to planning the executive retreat, or not the executive, the fall retreat for ASCSU. I think getting people excited for that will not only make them excited for the upcoming year in ASCSU, but talking with them about their goals, et cetera, is incredibly important. Another thing is that throughout the week, the chief of staff's responsibilities include meeting with each person on the executive cabinet individually. And so I think that would be a really great time to check in and talk to everyone, not only about their goals, but also about how they're doing. I think as students, we often forget in exec that, we are students first. And the last thing I want is for somebody to have to step back because ASCSU becomes overwhelming. So I really hope to be a resource above all else. Thank you.
Thank you for that answer. I yield.
Are there any other questions for this candidate? Seeing none. Thank you, candidate Deason. We'll move on to the next candidate.
We have to vote.
Are we, oh yeah, we vote individually. Okay. So we'll have to enter discussion debate on the candidate first. Senator Deason.
Okay, based on the lack of questions, I move to skip discussion and debate and just move to discussion.
Is there a second?
Seconded.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Such passes. Senator Trump.
I make a motion for unanimous consent.
There's been a motion for unanimous consent. Is there any dissent to that motion? This motion passes. If you could bring the candidate back in. Absolutely.
Congratulations, Chief of Staff.
Have the Chief Justice Sawyer. Yes.
I motion to ratify members of the executive cabinet 4 at a time.
Second.
Seconded.
There's been a second for that motion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? This motion passes. So just hang tight.
Mr. Rossler, come on down. So, Benton Rossler is actually graduating with a chem major and ETST, what? Oh, ethnic studies and global environmental sustain. Sorry, you put the acronym. So global environmental sustainability. Wow, global environmental sustainability minors. He is an incoming graduate student in the School of Public Health. Benton has done an amazing job with the U+2 movement, making enormous strides, had a documentary made about U+2 and how it affected the student body, as well as had a hand in helping Rams Against Hunger. I'm very happy to welcome him back into the space as our choice for Director of Housing and Food Security.
All right, candidate Rustler, you have 5 minutes to present.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Hi, y'all. My name is Benton Rossler. I use the he, him, his pronouns. It is great to see a bunch of new faces here. I've been in ASCSU for about 3 years now, so this place is home to me. I've loved being here. And I just want to say, I think one thing that I think about with this role, especially just with me seeking it out again, I guess, I was the first ever director of housing security this year. And one thing I want to recognize, I guess, is just that I'm taking up the same space again that I feel like sometimes it's wrong to do. And I feel like it's wrong to, try to hold that leadership role for too long and not share that space and share that learning with other folks. And I just want to recognize that. And I also want to recognize that I'm so committed to this job. I'm so excited about this job. I'm so passionate about this job. And I really believe that we can build a better future for housing for students in this community, make this place a home for students, and make sure that people feel at home here. Access to cultural spaces, access to recreation, to outdoor spaces. These are all things that are really important to me. Access to food, extremely important to me. I've been working with Rams Against Hunger for about 3 years now. Michael Butchram, the basic needs coordinator, is one of my closest allies, one of my greatest friends. And I love doing my work with him. I love doing my work with Lindsay Mason, the director of off-campus life. These are just some incredible leaders that I love working with every day. And I want to continue working with. And I sure hope that I can uphold this job once again to the standards that I see it that it can do. And especially take down mutants too. Thank y'all so much.
Thank you. We'll now open it up for Q&A for 10 minutes. Senator Trout.
Hello. Since you will be returning to this position from the last administration, what new projects and initiatives do you plan to bring to this administration that you might not have had time to work on last time or things like that?
Yeah, so one project that I'm really passionate about that I've been working on for, literally the entire year is the Colorado State Parking Initiative. So I've been working with this group in Denver for about a year now, and we've been trying to implement a safe park lot for students to stay overnight. Whether they're temporarily homeless or permanently homeless, we're really fighting for that on campus. And we want to build a space on campus for students to stay, where they get access to Rams Against Hunger services, they get access to showers, they get access to porta potties and electricity that they need. That's been something that I've been pushing for a really long time, like parking and transportation. And I believe that next year we can actualize that and make it a real thing for students. So that's really aside from the U+2 work, that is really the one thing that I really hope to get done.
Beautiful answer. Thank you. I yield.
Are there any other questions for this candidate? Seeing none, we'll enter a period of discussion and debate for 20 minutes unless there's, of course, dissent to that. Okay. Okay, we're now open for 20 minutes of discussion and debate on this candidate, starting with the first raised placard. Senator Athey.
Seeing that, I move previous question and then secondarily move the consent.
Okay. There's been a motion for previous question. Is there a second?
Seconded.
It's been seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? This motion passes. There's been a motion to approve this candidate with unanimous consent. Is there any dissent to that motion? Seeing none, this candidate is now ratified as this candidate is now the chosen individual for Director of Housing Security. So if you can bring Benton back in.
Welcome back for a second year, Mr. Rossler.
Well, so much. I really appreciate it. I'm excited to meet all of you who I've yet to meet.
I'd like to call Sydney Budke to the floor. Sydney is a biomedical science major with concentrations in anatomy and physiology. She was also a former deputy director of academics in the Hannah Taylor administration. And yeah, in the interview, she was great. I've spoken to multiple people about her work and just everyone's complimented her about her work. and said she's been an extremely hard worker.
Hey everyone, I'm Sydney. I go by the she, her pronouns. I'm really excited to be up for this role one more time in the director position. In some ways, I felt that the deputy position limited my range of action of what I was able to do. And in this position, I really want to really bridge the gaps between students and ASCSU because not being an ASCSU, you don't really know what's going on. And I think that's huge to kind of give students that voice and really let them speak what they want and make them heard as much as they can. And so I definitely want to do that in my role. I have previous experience working with Kelly Long, the Vice Provost of Undergraduate Affairs, who I have maintained my relationship with. And I have presented to faculty council, so I have experience in that of being able to bring student concerns forward and to the faculty, which has been really successful. I aided in the passing of plus-minus grading in the spring semester of 2021, just being able to give students that ability to kind of plus-minus their classes if they don't have the resources that many students were expected because of COVID. And I'm just really excited to be able to continue that role and keep those projects going.
Okay, I'll now open it up to 10 minutes of Q&A, starting with the first raised record. Senator Athey.
Okay. How do you plan to uphold the university and ASCSU initiatives of diversity, equity, and inclusion?
I think it's been said multiple times tonight, but I really want to sit back and listen rather than talk because I am not in a position to talk about my experiences because they aren't what other people experience. And I want to make sure that they are heard and that they can be valued and seen in this community. And I want to make sure that anything that they need gets brought to light and that they can be the most successful student that they possibly can be.
Is your job to represent all identities, not just those that you hold? How do you intend to ensure that you're doing this?
I think that goes back to listening and then taking action. I don't think it's our job in a position like this to sit back and just hear what's going on and just listen to it. I think it's important to take action. So seeing if things need to change and making that change and doing everything that we can.
How are you going to recognize your biases?
I keep saying it, but sitting back and listening because I really don't know what I don't know, and I really want to learn from other people and take myself out of it and really do my job in ASCSU to amplify the voices of students.
The Director of Academics is required to run building-wide audits on accessibility with the Director of Diversity and Inclusion and to do other disability-related classroom improvements. What experience do you have with ECHO 360 and both the struggles and impacts these accommodations have on disabled students around campus?
The experience that I have with ECHO 360 is by being a user, and I think that needs to change in a lot of ways. Some professors aren't even willing to offer it, and I think that really hinders students' learning abilities, and that's something that I'm really passionate about changing. A lot of students don't have the ability to make it to class every day, and I think being able to make sure that they have the access or somehow making there an easier ECHO 360. I don't know if that's possible, but something that like more students have access to, even if they don't have access to like a personal laptop.
Maybe one more. Can you speak to your reaction to previous rejection, especially within ASCSU?
I think previous rejection has amplified my passion for this role. I am going to use it to be better, using constructive feedback to change how I would have taken this position maybe a year ago, but seeing how I can adapt and change to how ASCSU is adapting.
Senator Trout.
Have you read the ASCSU Constitution and how would you judge your understanding of that?
I have personally read pieces and I'm not super familiar with it, but I am willing and open to learning about it. And that's something that I would love as an exec member to connect more with Senate because they definitely have a better understanding just naturally with that. And so I am really excited to learn more about the Constitution.
Have you read through the job descriptions and why do you think you're most qualified? An additional question to that, what are the big changes between when you previously held you were deputy director of the big differences between those two positions?
I have read through the position. I think my past experiences and my connections working with students and with faculty really gives me a way. I don't have to build those relationships from the start. I can kind of step in and really start acting from the start. And I also think being a deputy, you have a little bit of freedom. In my exact position, I was more at the discretion of my director. And so some of the passion and like projects that I wanted to see happen, I didn't really have time for based off of other things that they wanted to see instead. So I think being the director of the department would allow me to take projects, not just things that I see, but things that other students are bringing up and seeing and really bring them to life.
Sorry, let me scroll down really quick. Director of Academic Relations works closely with the Colorado Student Government Coalition to improve access to open educational resources. Do you have any experience in these areas? And if not, what research have you done to prepare for the position?
So I actually do have experience in open educational resources. I worked with the library in my role as Deputy Director of Academics. Really in like an open discussion between the library, who kind of has the ability to make those things more pronounced in the student, or like students to know that they're really there, and just an open conversation of how students not having access to things is really puts them at a disadvantage to their learning. And being able, that's another thing, is like making sure that open educational resources are more used and more of an option, rather than like walking into a classroom and knowing that you have to buy a $200 textbook, but you can't succeed in the class without it. But knowing that there are open resources that they can use.
And just one more question. What is one big thing you would like to, what's one thing you would change from how you may have worked during Deputy Director of Academics compared to being Director of Academic Relations?
One of the biggest things is I would love to amplify the voices of students and marginalized identities. I think that was something that my department really lacked on, and it wasn't a huge priority, and I would love to change that. And I don't personally have very much experience with the SDPS offices, but I do want to change that, and I want that to be a very consistent and open communication, and really seeing what they need as students, and how I can help them.
Awesome, thank you. I yield.
Are there any other questions for this candidate? Seeing none, thank you. I ask that you leave the chamber as we enter discussion and debate. We'll now enter discussion and debate for 20 minutes on this candidate.
I don't have a card yet.
Yes, Senator.
Justin, yeah.
I think honestly, I think she's a great fit. What she said about the Echo 360 really spoke to me, because sometimes there's days when I can't make it to class or there's something going on. So I'm a huge advocate of that. And I know literally 95% of other people that I know are as well. So I think she'd be perfect. So thank you.
Senator Apey.
Elizabeth is not someone we want to be working with over the next year, let alone someone we want to be ASCSU's point of contact for academics. To start, and to be representative of our student fees, I was present for the administration in which she was last in cabinet. I saw no evidence of her completing job duties. We definitely implemented guidelines this year to ensure that the new cabinet is actually doing their job, but I'd rather have someone in the job that has proven their work ethic rather than someone who's proven they will do the very least to get paid. Many members of the Senate have likely heard about the problematic year the 50th Senate had. That year, there was never-ending tension between the executive branch and the legislative cabinet. I was a senator that year too, and I can definitely say that she was one of the reasons that tension existed. She caused conflicts and disagreements within the office and the virtual ASCSU environment. That was during the first year of COVID, so a lot of things were online. But she was difficult to work with, and overall made the productivity of ASCSU next to nothing. I don't know about the rest of the Senate, but I would like to get back to being a productive and actually beneficial organization. On top of that, she wrote an email 1 hour after the selection of the 2021-2022 cabinet. She sent an email to Christian and Mary that is written with such entitlement that she really proved that they made the right decision. While the response is normal in the face of rejection, her response of entitlement and the statement that her getting the position was, quote, rightfully deserved, one of her chief complaints was their lack of communication with her. But of the emails they missed, they responded to them in the mass emails that went to every person that applied. To the substantive emails that she sent, they responded reasonably within 24 hours, especially as they were actively deliberating on their cabinet. Despite this, she spoke with such entitlement. She signed this email with, quote, looking forward to hearing from you both, with the word both bolded. What kind of entitlement of their time is that? Personally, I don't want to spend the next year working with someone that has proven that they believe they should be handed the job despite other qualifications. I yield.
Senator Trout.
Hey, y'all. I wanted to express my concerns over the Director of Academics, Sydney Buddick. I have been lucky to serve in ASCSU in a time where the Senate and Executive work together for the students. In the 51st, we got a lot of things done because of that teamwork, and I am personally terrified that we will have a repeat of the 50th Senate. While I was not a senator during that time, I was and still heavily am involved with LADLC, that is the Liberal Arts Leadership Council. And I remember the concerns made by individuals from both in Senate and Exec about the problematic office environment. I would prefer those days move behind us and we continue to work with the executive branch in unison to ensure that our students get the best out of their student government. Thank you, Speaker. I yield.
Are there any further points of discussion debate? President Long.
So this concern was brought to my attention during the interview process, and I have spoken to past individuals, specifically Chief of Staff Jasper Sloss, about her ability to work here in the space. Jasper only had nice things to say about her. He said she actually worked more than the Director of Academics, and highly recommended her. As far as the email goes, I forgot who said it the other night. I think it was Gemma Buhayenko. But I think that this space is all about giving people second chances. And I believe that everyone warrants a second chance. I know I have definitely sent emails, probably not somewhat similar to that before in anger, and I have grown a lot from my mistakes before. And I think for the year off that she had, I think that there is a lot of potential growth that this individual can see. And yeah, I yield.
Senator Ake. Okay. Are there any other points of discussion or debate? We'll now move into the secondary speakers list. Senator Ake.
I have a question. President Long, do you have confidence in this candidate?
I do.
Or that one, any of them, I don't care.
To fill her job duties, I do.
Thank you. Vice President Sandoval, do you have confidence in this candidate?
To be 100% honest, I don't, because I have heard the email. President Long is already aware of my feelings. I've heard the email read verbatim. I have heard stories of the drama that she has caused, and I do fear that my history might repeat itself. If there's anything that I have learned in this space, history does have a tendency of repeating itself. I do believe that she has grown. However, I do not have faith that she can perform her duty, to be frank.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to take note that 50% of the candidates, not the candidates, the people choosing this candidate don't agree. Thanks, I yield.
So we have exhausted the secondary speakers list. So now we'll move into the voting period on this candidate. It'll be by secret ballot vote.
Question? Is this a yes or no vote?
Yes, you'll write the candidate's name down and indicate why and or abstention, I believe.
Thank you.
Point of information, yes means you want to ratify this candidate, no means you do not want to ratify this candidate, abstain means you're not voting. Did I get everyone?
So this candidate did not receive confidence from this body. There's 1 yes vote, 4 no votes, and 3 abstentions. And so rather than having the candidate come back into the chamber, which of course would be awkward, it's possible that you could just ask the candidate to leave.
Wait.
That feels worse.
Yeah.
I mean, we could discuss it,
I feel like
what we'd
we should
rather
just
do.
leave that up to the candidate.
Okay,
I feel like parliamentarian should go out and give the vote, and then the candidate can decide what they want to do from there.
You know what? I wouldn't tell her the amount of votes she got, but okay.
Chief Justice.
I would like to entertain a motion for a 5-minute recess.
Second.
All those in favor of
Aye.
taking a 5-minute recess?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? We will resume at 9:22.
Jeez.
And
Yes.
Kevin. So the reason that I hate slates is because question and answers get repeated. So that is what I'm against in slate. If you get a motion for slate for slating discussion and debate, totally fine with that. And for slating more than just four, sorry, more than just four of the.
You are killing it, Nick. Like completely
doing
killing it.
fantastic.
Are you talking about doing more than just one at a time?
Yeah, I'm talking about slate because I'm against slating for questioning. I'm fine with everything else. Slating.
Okay, so this what I was trying to say, but then like when Sammy started speaking, I want to like
Yeah, I was
interrupt.
trying
Yeah,
to-
so you all have a couple different options. What has happened in the past is every single person. So I'm going to give you a few different options. You all decide what's best for you. All of cabinet is presented all at once. Even just doing introductions. Their name, major. This is why we chose them. Name, major. This is why we chose them. Da, 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 all presented, and then from there you could go. Okay, we want to do the next 5 positions at a time. Everyone else can leave whatever. They can go down. You can ask questions. You can ask different questions to each candidate. Doesn't matter. If any, then they can all be voted on at one time. As Nick stated, from a slate perspective, you can always remove, anyone can motion. We have 6, 7 people right here, 6. I vote to remove Kevin from the slate and vote on everyone else. So you could do that. So that's one option. So you present all at once. Another, present 5 at a time, question 5 at a time, but then you'll just keep going through the presentations. But the introductions are just like kind of whatever. Another option is present everyone all at once, question everyone all at once. And then if you want to discuss and debate like 5 at a time to do smaller chunks and then do the voting at that, you can do it too. It's however you all want to structure it and you can change.
I feel like that last one could get really confusing, but I like your second option.
Yeah, and it totally depends.
Completely against questioning and any kind of slate. Any of the rest of it, I don't care if we're doing it together.
I mean, people know what questions you're going to ask Ariadne.
I know.
They know.
But they
So,
still,
like,
they get to think about them separately, and also I do have other questions, like
okay.
I mix them in.
I'm just saying, like, if the result you're wanting is not going to change unless the questions
I know,
you ask
but I have other
changes.
questions that I file in
Yeah.
as I get other answers.
I also, moving forward, I don't know if there's other things that will come up. I strongly encourage you all to, I can't remember who said it, but it was Gemma who originally said it. People are going to make mistakes. If you all don't allow people to make mistakes in the space and continue to just vote people out for making past things and not learn and grow, people are going to be less hesitant to continue to join the space. So strongly ask you just to think about that and reflect on yourselves too. So I told Ariadne, I know I probably said multiple emails recently. I had issues when she sent out that last year, and do I think that, so it's your all's decision also what kind of space do you want to create. So you all have options though. It doesn't have to be just one by one. If you want to be here till 2 in the morning, keep doing them by one. If you think of right now, it's 9:30, right? You started.
Put the bad boys on the slate.
You started questioning the cabinet at 8:30. You've gone through 4 people, 3 people.
Not even
3. You've gone through 3 people in an hour. So if you want to keep that pace, keep doing what you're doing. If you want to not do that, then you all can change. Yeah.
I know that Robin Weiser, we're planning on not doing anyone who differs from the positions, right? I mean, academic business and governmental affairs are not separate. They're the only 2 sections for that. So at a minimum, we're not doing the entire time, we're doing half. But yeah, I kind of persuade as long as those questions are separate. That's all I care about.
So I'd honestly say for efficiency, and because we still have a lot to get through, you still have to get through. Not you. Next to us to get through this stuff. I'd say for efficiency, and I feel like we can make it even easier. It doesn't have to be confusing. I don't honestly you can explain how to do that. And I feel like that would be very efficient and get us moving faster and more efficient. That's my thought.
And of course, the answers are already recycled anyway because they're in the gallery.
I know.
Listening to the other
Annoying. I do have a couple of questions for like forced candidates, but I have other candidates.
Can't you direct them to us?
Yeah, but then it's the resources. And when they're all answering one right after the other, after the other, after the other. Just do. Yeah, that's what I honestly think 5 out of 10.
Yeah, we could block them.
I wouldn't mind just questioning individually and then having them on a slate and then opening up discussion, pulling them apart from the slate to
That's what,
discuss further.
that's what we did with last long night, so.
I don't think any of the other candidates are gonna put the problems as this one did. I guess we did it better.
Because the other two had unanimous consent.
Uh-huh.
And correct.
Yeah.
So if there aren't issues with any of the other candidates.
Then probably a slate wouldn't, yeah, then a slate would be recommended at this point.
And then, yeah.
I know it seems like fair and all that stuff, but again, like, what time is it? Almost 9:30. So
we're gonna block slate or put them on one slate?
I would recommend putting on a slate. And then you can't make the motion, you're chairing, so somebody else has to.
I
But
would recommend putting them all on a slate, individual questions.
individual
right?
questions, yep.
But we don't hold discussion and move on to the next candidate. We
Yeah.
go through every single candidate, right, with their questions.
And then you hold
And
discussion
then
at the
once you
end.
hold discussion and debate, then you can motion to remove people from my slate.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
There's like 6.
Let me go ask them.
Okay. If you want, you can put all on a slate or cut it in half.
People's memories like that, because the first person who presents versus the last person who presents.
That's a good point.
So
Yeah.
what about like a block slate, like you said there's 6, 3 out of.
Yeah.
So a
I
block
would-
slate with 3 out of
There
5.
might be 6, I don't know.
I think there's. Let's see.
Yeah.
So we'll block slate and then hold discussion and debate on those 3. and then go to the next one.
I think that would work really well. Let me ask them how many.
Or even after questioning, if someone wants to motion to remove them from the slate, then.
Yeah.
And then hold discussion, debate, and ratify them individually.
Yeah, at the discussion debate, they can make the motion. I motion to remove Noah Burge off the slate.
I would
because
think
That's if there are any problems.
I'm just saying.
I don't
yeah.
see
Question.
And then there's
Yeah.
seconded, you hold I would recommend Proctor vote probably on that one.
Yeah,
but
yeah. Right, like we put them up on a slate to begin with, right?
Yeah.
They go through individual questions. If somebody has, wants to put them on a slate, then.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Elizabeth told me that past 8:30 when I'm required to stay.
Okay, yeah, and if you want to, when you get back to where you live, if you want to join on Zoom.
Is that okay?
Just so you could vote, that's okay
2/3
as
of the
well.
people.
Alrighty, so I will allow parliamentarian, former parliamentarian clerk to speak. I believe he has a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I motion to put the remaining candidates for the executive cabinet on a slate.
There's been a motion to put, yes, or sorry.
Yeah, I was just gonna open up discussion on debate for that first, but I guess I can go ahead and explain it now. The idea of consensus that we came to is just to put the rest of the members on a slate, question them individually. And if there is any objection to putting an individual member on a slate after their questioning answer period is over, someone can motion to put them off of the slate, and then we'll just ratify them as an individual and then move along with the rest of the slate. Does that make sense for anybody? Does that need any further clarification? Okay. With that, I motion to put the rest of the cabinet on the slate.
Second.
There's been a second. All those in favor, say
Aye.
aye. All those opposed? Abstentions. Okay, so the rest of these candidates will be put on a slate to present. So the rest of these candidates can come up to the front.
If somebody wants to pop this. We'll just- No, we do it one by one. Yeah, for each person, but we're gonna start one by. So like. I'm just gonna go with the flow. Yeah. Tell me what to do. Okay.
Our President Long or Vice President Sandoval, if you'd like to begin.
Okay. Just one.
All right, so
Mike is not.
I will start with,
No, just.
all right, so the next person to speak is Kenneth Kinner. He is a political science major and he has worked closely with the Environmental Affairs Chair Adam Vance. He is also a part of the Advanced Transportation Fee Advisory Board and has had active involvement there. During his interview, he spoke passionately about environmental issues and environmental projects that could be going on here at CSU, and I have full faith in that.
Hi, everyone.
Mike's off.
Hi, everyone. I'm Ken. It's nice to meet you all. I haven't met most of you. I would like to be respectful of the Senate's time, but given that, I would like to briefly introduce myself. I formerly shared the same passion as Senator Vicari, track cross country in high school. I was also part of a STEM academy before realizing that my true passion lied really in environmental issues, including climate, ecology. I have worked within the Environmental Affairs Department as an intern this past academic year. Thoroughly enjoyed my time. I worked closely with Adam, who many of you I think know. Tremendous individual with great passion and work ethic. And his example is really what I would like to seek to emulate. I'm confident in my abilities to perform in my role. I am also am a part of and will be a part of ATFEB. I've had the privilege of working on, voting on issues related to environmentalism, including bicycle infrastructure. And yeah, I would also invite a question about inclusion and diversity in addition to any questions that the Senate may have.
So we'll open it up to questions after everyone presents.
Actually, no, questions, individual questions, and then discussion after this thing. So.
Okay, so we'll now open it up for 10 minutes of questioning.
I have one information for the clerk. Is everyone staying in the room for the whole time?
That's your call. I really didn't think that component of it through.
I would personally prefer to do one person at a time.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, I motion for a 3-minute recess.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor of having a 3-minute recess, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Abstention? The ayes have it. Meet back here at 9:35.
I thought to clarify this. Okay, all right, so the idea was to have questions individually, right?
Speak into the thing. So everybody can.
Well, no,
No,
there's a
fine.
recess. so it's
Okay.
not. Yeah, the idea was that, we would question everybody individually, right? But we would hold them still in discussion as a slate, right? Like we would still vote on them as a slate. After the individual would be questioned, the idea would be like if somebody didn't want them on the slate, they could remove them from that and vote on them as an individual. But we wouldn't hold discussion or debate on them. We would just ask them individual questions to, support Ariana's point or make an argument while still voting on them as a slate.
So what
Yeah.
if we did it so that, we have the person come up. Well, the problem is that because during the question, I've already been talked about, like all of them, like everyone was in the room before giving, thanks. So having them be out of the room is kind of counterproductive.
So let's.
I wasn't listening, so I don't know.
That's not the sleep.
The point of it, I love you guys.
I do love it.
There you go. That's the motivation right there.
Well,
Optimism. No, there's no such thing as upset. There's such thing as excitement.
It's so that we could, them being on the slate allows us to have time to carry 20 minutes.
Doesn't mean I'm not excited.
So that's slate that we're in.
You don't have to. That's very, 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 very.
You still hold the individual questions. So it's basically
Oh, yeah,
individual
they're
questions
terrific.
discussing and voting as a- so are they gonna be?
Oh,
So that means that doesn't happen.
yeah, but that's gonna be pretty long to go through bylaws, I think.
Yeah, but it's just that. Makes it just because everyone's choosing something. I doubt that it's it. You should have a bylaws by now.
Over summer, yeah, that's true.
He can just present his changes. I'm not.
Yeah.
Discussion and vote.
It's like maybe
Okay,
an
and
hour.
then we bring them back in, we vote, bring them back in and be like,
Yay. Like, so are you out of?
That's what we're under.
The recess.
What if-
Or should we have, or could we just have it in the gallery like we were before?
That's fine. I'm not saying
On what we're doing as far as, so what changes?
That's fine, I guess.
Right.
I have a hard time already because I don't think that.
Right, so what's changing?
I've already written down that I have to say. Please give me a different answer.
Then we can, are we good to resume?
Yes.
Sammy, what are your thoughts?
Because the brain cell, the brain cell.
Why brain cells are
Alrighty, everyone, can I have the quorum in the chamber, please? We're going to resume. There was a little bit of confusion on how this slate process is going to work. So the candidates will be presented and ask questions while they're in the room. The slate is happening as far as discussion and debate. So they will be discussed as a slate. All of the candidates together will be discussed in one block. That is what we're slating. Is that clear to everyone? Okay, so with that, we will continue with the other candidates.
Mr. Waller, please step up.
Sorry, what were you questioning for this person? For the previous person? I didn't catch your name. you in the suit standing up. over there.
Jason, sit down, Kenneth, come here.
Very good.
Figures that accurate, or still in question?
Yes,
Not
this,
question.
just the slate process is for discussion and debate, so.
Any questions?
Are there, Senator Ivey?
How do you plan to uphold the diversity and ASCSU initiatives of diversity, equity, and inclusion?
Thank you for the question. This is something that I wanted to speak on because I feel like the department last year didn't do such a great job with this. In my communication to Rob and Elijah, I highlighted specifically outreach to Native peoples, Native students, tribes. I would also like to highlight a commitment to outreach at the very beginning of the academic year to all clubs related to diversity and inclusion and equity, just to get a sense of what their expectations are for a relationship with environmental affairs, and also to actively outreach if there are specific projects that might involve them, any one group specifically.
It's your job to represent all identities, not just those that you hold. How do you intend to ensure that you do this?
Yeah, so I heard talk earlier in the session about really bias, I think it was. And that's something that I personally try to be aware of. But also, in addition to an introspective approach, I also am open to feedback, communication, critique, and I intend to make that very clear to whoever I will be working with, whether inside my department or outside.
How are you going to recognize your inherent biases?
Definitely through introspection, taking note of what others might say to me specifically. You know, I would hope for a respectful conversation and do my best to maintain one. But I am again open to that discussion, and I wanted really to highlight that over you know, the past department of last year, or I guess still this year, as something to move forward on.
Thanks. Last question. Part of the additions to your job this year was to do a lot of work with bees. I am very excited about the bees. So what experience or plans do you have for this?
Yeah, I was very excited to see that on the application. Over the past year, the focus was especially on composting. I don't intend to take away from that in any way. I've noticed that there's no single one focus for this next year, but for bees especially, this is something I'm really passionate about. I recognize they're perhaps the most important pollinator species, the American honeybee. Really, I would like to engage with businesses, organizations that have that knowledge, expertise, experience, you know, caring for bees, you know, even honey production. I would really like to make that a focus, especially during the summer, right off the bat, to get things going strong.
What was your name again?
Ken,
Cool. Thank you.
thank you.
Before I allow you to speak, Senator Trout, and don't stand here. I would just like to remind everyone that we're coming into 10 o'clock, and so to candidates as well, if what's been said is what you want to say has already been said in regard to a topic, you could say, for example, I agree with what the previous candidates have said, but Senator Trout.
Okay, I will make this quick because acknowledging time. Sorry, over down. Okay, what initiatives do you plan to bring to ASCSU to make CSU more environmentally sound?
That's a great question. Thank you. Definitely a focus, I think, for me, is xeriscaping. And if you're not familiar, or if you are, for those who aren't, xeriscaping really involves reintroduction of native plant species into a high water usage area, like lawns especially. And actually, I think highlighted within the description, which I'm fully committed, is an upscaling, because there was a pilot project, I think, last year. So an upscaling of that, and that's especially important given, you know, water droughts in the West over the past decade or so. I definitely did notice that that is a major area of focus for, I think, a high impact.
Awesome, thank you, Speaker. I yield.
Are there any further questions for this candidate? Seeing none, we'll move on to the next candidate if someone from the executive branch would like to present.
Okay, Jason, now you can come in. All right, Jason is a major in construction management. He has a background in team management, working in a group environment, and is very passionate about keeping his peers happy as well as accountable. And he is also a former senator, so he understands how ASCSU works. I am happy to introduce him as our choice for Secretary of State.
You may begin presenting.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Hello, everyone. I'm Jason Waller. My pronouns are he, him, his. I've been a senator for ASCSU before. It was not very long, but I assure you, I learned a lot from the experience in terms of leadership and our overall just camaraderie in general. I think I grew as a person in learning to love other people better in that space. And I'm really excited to work on projects that the Secretary of State will be working on. I read over the job description about 7 or 8 times now, mainly because I want to be absolutely thorough, that I understand what I'm doing. I understand my responsibilities, and I understand exactly what needs to be done in my role. So I'm looking forward a lot to just serving this position, serving all of you in this position, and really just promoting a better CSU for all of us overall. Thank you.
Senator Trout.
Good evening. Given that the Secretary of State is a new position, how do you plan to make this position something that is seen in future administrations and what's the word I'm looking for? Seen as an essential part of the cabinet?
Okay, so in addition with working with Hayden, I have a lot of new responsibilities as well. Primary one being that I am to be the primary relationship between ASCSU and Rocky Mountain Student Media. I intend to review our contract quite thoroughly and intend to make it known to every Secretary of State after me that the contract between us is very important. It should be scrutinized every single year because things change all the time. So I think that's a very big part of it. I think also I'll be working very in depth with the media in general in terms of trying to get us a bigger slot in the paper because we are an organization that moves a lot of money around in CSU, and we should be represented a lot more in the paper than the little article we already get weekly. I've heard talks of possibly an opinion section. I've heard talks of a legislative, just in a legislative position in the article where legislation that we went over is discussed for a brief stint. But overall, I think we need more represented in that, and I think that's a very important role for the Secretary of State. I also want to get a project off the ground where we get ASCSU in general on the main CSU website. Because after scrutiny, lots of scrutiny on the website, I did not find a way to actually find ASCSU unless you click on several different links, which eventually lead you there. And I think that's a big part of the reason why people don't really know who we are that well, is because of that. And so I want to try to get us on the main website, especially since, like I said, we are an organization that moves student fees around, and we are very important. That answered your question.
It sure did. As you stated already, Secretary of State is dedicated to work with the media and ensuring transparency between ASCSU and news outlets. What is your current relationship with the media, and how do you intend to improve it / establish it?
I have a basic, almost general relationship with the media. I do know several people within the collegian already who are reporters or stuff like that, right? I do not know the current person who reports here, which I will be getting to know them immediately. As soon as possible, actually, if I could tonight, I would send out an email to that person. I want to start establishing that relationship immediately because it is a very important role, right? So I think overall, my potential to grow the relationship is quite huge, and I'll be focusing mainly on that. I think that answered your question. I'm not sure if it did.
It sure did. Thank you, and I yield to the chair.
Are there any further questions for this candidate? Seeing none, you can sit down, and we'll have the executive branch introduce the next candidate to present.
Faith, are you still with us?
Hi, yes, I am.
So Faith is a biology major with a minor in biomedical sciences. She has served as a biology learning assistant and ambassador with the International Society of Pre-Health Researchers, as well as a shadowing student in I cannot pronounce that word, something Valley.
Poudre Hospital, yeah.
Poudre Valley Hospital here in Fort Collins. She is very dedicated to inclusion and excited about leading the community of CSU through her many different experiences. She has also connected with many different voices. I am happy to announce her as our choice for Director of Campus Community.
Hi, everybody. I'm Faith Largo. I'm a third-year biology student, and I'm really happy to be able to hopefully join the ASCSU as a first-timer here and make a positive impact and create positive exchanges of diverse ideas on campus and connect students more to organizations.
We will open up Q&A for this candidate. Senator Eby.
How do you University and ASCSU initiatives of diversity, equity, and inclusion?
I'm so sorry. Could you repeat that? I couldn't really hear it over Zoom.
How do you plan to uphold the university and ASCSU initiatives of diversity, equity, and inclusion?
Yeah, absolutely. I strongly believe that personal connections are, well, meaningful personal connections are really important when it comes to diversity and making an equitable campus. And so I need to make sure, or everybody needs to make sure that students feel included. And, you know, the biggest thing with that is creating a common identity between us. And we do have that. We're all Rams, we're all CSU students. And through that, we can connect and have a diverse student body that is engaged in their community.
Thanks. It's your job to represent our identities, not just those that you hold. How do you intend to ensure that you're doing this?
Yeah, well, that goes back to personal connections. I've connected with a lot of different people on campus through my experience of being a learning assistant. I've worked with groups of students and held office hours and acted as a mentor towards them. And I'm also a part of the Native American Cultural Center. And through that, I've heard perspectives of many different students. So I know that people have a lot of different backgrounds. So it's important to listen to them and take that into consideration when they're voicing their needs.
How do you intend to engage all students on campus, particularly in regard to those with marginalized identities, without putting the burden on the SCPS offices?
Again, well, yeah, that goes back to making sure that students know how to get involved, first of all, because I think that not a lot of students are not aware of how to get involved. And I know many people don't know the SDPC offices and what they do. So whether that be using social media to connect people with that, or tabling on the plaza, just making sure people are aware and actually know what we have on our campus that could help them will really help connect people.
Thanks, I yield.
Senator Trout.
Hello. Have you read the ASCSU Constitution? And as of right now, how would you judge your understanding of the Constitution?
Yes, I have read some parts of it, not the whole thing, but from my understanding, you know, the ASCSU is an organization by the students for the students, and it's our responsibility to be transparent with our funds and what we're doing to support the students. That's our main goal.
What made you decide to apply for this position, and why do you think you are most qualified for it?
Yeah, well, this position, first of all, I'm just someone very involved in campus and just part of different types of groups on campus. And I know a lot of people, I've interacted with a lot of them. And through my leadership experience, I've been to leadership retreats with the Native American Cultural Office. I'm part of the SDC. I've worked as a teaching assistant for 2 semesters, and that allowed me to connect with a lot of different students and their struggles and hearing what they've been through. And I think hearing that and also taking classes on how to deal with mentoring different students and hearing their issues, I think that definitely qualifies me for this position.
Awesome. And final question, how do you plan to balance work, ASCSU, and school?
Yeah, so, well, that's a lot of responsibility, but for me, I'm a very organized person. I stick to good old-fashioned paper planners, and I make calendars every week before. I like to keep my work and personal life separately, which allows me to create a great balance while also maintaining my grades and everything like that.
Awesome. Thank you. I yield.
Are there any further questions for this candidate? Seeing none, we'll allow Vice President Sandoval to introduce the next candidate.
Yeah, will do. Faith, don't go anywhere. You still but yeah, so Charlie is a theater performance major with a minor in ASL and women's studies. You may remember Charlie as a former senator, although through their time here, they have been one of the many voices in the space advocating for the student body. They are a member of the Pride Leadership Council, and I'm happy to announce them as our choice for Director of Diversity and Inclusion.
Hi, y'all. My name is Charlie. I use they, them pronouns. Elijah kind of covered my introduction, so happy to be here. Happy to take questions.
Senator Aiken.
What are your plans for implementing diversity and inclusion in a way that is different and beneficial compared to previous directors?
I think one thing that I want to re-emphasize is the connection between this position and the SDPS offices in a way that we can be supporting them rather than going to them for input, more of an active role of ASCSU as an outreach with this position. I also hope to build on a current new relationship I have with Dr. Cipriani, who's the Vice President for Inclusive Excellence, and working a little bit more closely with the Office of Inclusive Excellence as well.
Thank you.
Are there any further questions for this candidate? Seeing none, thank you. You may sit down and Vice President Sandoval can present the next candidate.
You're good. I think it's late enough that you can call me Elijah. It's fine. Alex. All right, Mr. Alex Silverheart is a biomedical science major with a minor in Spanish. Alex is also a former senator, has been vice chair of Budgetary Affairs Committee, then moved up to chair later in the semester or the school year. He is an advocate for not only physical health, but also mental health and sexual health. He also had a hand in planning a very successful drag show through the Pride Resource Center, or with the help of the Pride Resource Center? With the help of the Pride Resource Center. And I am excited to announce him as our choice for Director of Health and Wellness.
Hello, everybody. My name is Alex Silverheart. I use the he series of pronouns, and I'm so excited to be here tonight. I joined Senate with the intention of focusing on public health, so I finally got into the position that I've always wanted. The previous director, Alejandra Casada Stoner, was a big kind of icon to me at the beginning of the year. And like I said before, this is exactly where I wanted to be, to share a little bit about the projects I plan on implementing during my term as Director of Health and Wellbeing, include having a council of multicultural individuals that can come to me and talk about their experiences with health services offered on campus, whether that be physical health services or mental health services. So I think it would be great to open that conversation up and have more of a formal council where students can come and talk about their experiences and the experiences of their friends as well. It would be a great opportunity for ASCSU to outreach to a larger portion of campus. In addition to that, as some of you may know, I'm super interested in promoting sexual health here on campus. Among that, including destigmatizing sex, just in general. I've talked with a few students who are interested in hosting a sex week here on campus where we can promote this destigmatization, and I plan with working with those students very closely. Also, I would love to increase the amount of discounted STI testing that we have, or try and make that testing free to students. It's not a common thing among colleges, but I think with a lot of work, we could get pretty close. And then I also have a ton of other projects. I could talk about it all night long. I'm super ambitious, but I'm also super hardworking. I feel like my work here in the Senate space speaks to that. So yeah, really happy to be here. Thank you.
I'll now open it up for questions, starting with the first race placard. There was some division there.
So I'm a huge mental health advocate, as you guys will find out as we go on. And one of the things that came to my mind is I honestly don't even know. I just transferred here about a year ago. I don't even know if like our school offers like mental health counseling services, and there's a lot of people that I know that like want to find out information on that. How would you go about like marketing like resources that we could offer and make that more well known to the student population?
Of course. First off, what's your name again?
Justin.
Justin, thank you, Justin, for your question. Yeah, that's super important. I think mental health is super important, especially in a college setting. I don't know if you're aware, but students are offered, I believe it's 6 free counseling sessions through the Health Network, which is super cool. But also for some students, that's not all that they need. Like sometimes there's ongoing problems. So trying to increase the accessibility to those will be super like interesting and something that I really want to work on. I've also had conversations with Christina Berg and Gwen Sieving of the Health Network. They deal with a lot of like the student health network interaction. And they have so many resources through the Health Network. And one of the like big bridges that we need to like, or one of the big gaps we need to bridge is providing marketing and information to students regarding this. I've already talked a little bit with a few other individuals, specifically Alejandra Quesada Stoner, who is staying within executive cabinet upon ratification, about developing a marketing plan to get this information out to students that's not bombarding their emails or having not so neat chalk drawings on the LSC Plaza. So coming up with that marketing plan is definitely on my radar.
Senator, do you yield?
Yes, I do.
And if you could remind me of your last name.
Melka.
Melka.
Melka, yeah.
Okay.
And person privilege use the microphone every time you're speaking. Thank you.
Senator Trout, did you have something?
I yield to redundancy.
Okay. Are there any further questions for this candidate? Seeing none, you may sit down. Next candidate may be presented.
Grace. I said that really quickly. I am so sorry. Grace, I am pleased to announce that Grace is returning to her position as ASCSU cabinet in the ASCSU cabinet as Director of Marketing. She has kept the marketing department up and running this last year. You have probably seen her post through the ASCSU Instagram. Grace is studying communication studies with a minor in political science. And as I said, I'm happy to announce her as our choice for Director of Marketing.
Okay.
Hi, everyone. Elijah pretty much covered everything, but again, my name is Grace Kringle. I use the she series pronouns. Super excited to be here tonight. I know it's getting late. Thank y'all so much for being here. I really appreciate it. I'll keep it short here. I loved the work that I did last year, and I said this in cabinet today. I'm ready to do it again. So open to any and all questions.
Are there any questions for this candidate? Senator Trout.
Hello, pretty basic. What are some initiatives that you want to bring to the marketing department for ASCSU?
Absolutely. I definitely want to continue a lot of the work that I did last year. I want to continue to work. I mean, one of the many things that I love about this job is that it's my job to market all of the other incredible projects that these folks are working on. So I'm ready to connect with each and every one of them and, talk with them, meet with them one-on-one, what can I do to help? What can my department do to help? So definitely connect with folks more. I also want to connect with y'all more. I feel like I just didn't really find a space here in the Senate last year, and I want to do that this year for sure. So connecting with everybody, figuring out what their initiatives are and figuring out, what I can do to best support those initiatives, meet with all of y'all, connect with all of y'all. And then also to just work more closely with the student body. I want us tabling more. I want us, doing more Instagram takeovers on the main CSU Instagram, because that's where a lot of our engagement comes from. So I want to talk to more people. I want to talk to y'all. I want to talk to the student body. I just want to spend this whole year talking.
Awesome. Thank you. I yield.
Are there any further questions for this candidate? Seeing none, thank you. You may sit down. The next candidate can be presented.
All right, y'all are doing fantastic. We only have 3 more. I feel like this is going a lot better. Sorry. Okay. Evan. Evan is a political science major with a minor in history. He is also a former senator, and he's the last senator that I've stolen, I promise. During his time in Senate, he served as University Affairs Chair. He also served on SFRB, which, little reminder, because since it's been a long night, SFRB stands for the Student Fee Advisory Board. He served on that with me. As well as the Liberal Arts College Council. He is part of the History Club as well as the Model United Nations. I'm happy to announce him as our choice for Director of Governmental Affairs.
Hello, everyone. So basically, Vice President Sandoval basically said most of it, but another thing is, I was part of LSAB, which is the Administrative Strategic Advisory Board. It'll be something that I'll be co-chairing if I get ratified, and with that, I'll be working more on it. And I am thinking about looking for the bylaws. I might make it so there's another section where non-ASCSU members will also be a part of LSAB, just so we can get more people's opinions. And as the Director of Government Affairs, I'll be working with the different governments across Colorado and locally. Basically, I'm the person that works with the other governments, so I'll be creating close connections and also hearing what the students want the other governments get done. I'll be the voice telling those governments what we want, basically. That is
everything. Senator
Hello. What connections do you have with state and local governments, and how do you plan to establish those?
So I don't right at the moment, but there's being the name ASCSU and Director of Government Affairs will get me places and will open up doors. If you say, hey, I'm a part of the student government, or a call that has 30,000 students, they will listen, they'll open up the door. I know the former director contacted tons of people who had answered. So at the moment, I haven't created any of those connections, but right after finals end, I'll be starting those connections right away and contacting people.
Awesome, thank you. I yield.
Are there any further questions for this candidate? Seeing none, you may sit down and the next candidate can be presented.
Julian Cook for Director of Finance. So Julian is a data science major and an agricultural business major with a focus in economics. She's been heavily involved in BSOF, and Emily Baller has spoken on her behalf. I'm going to read a statement from her. Julian is an excellent choice for this position. As a freshman, she took a leap to join BSOF this year. She's been on the board, one of the board's most active and trusted members. Jillian was willing to take on extra responsibility and help me when needed. She is a humble leader, a quick learner, and diligent advocate for students. I have no doubt she will succeed in this position if ratified. And as a former member of BSOF before, you know, it's going to be fairly easy for me to help out in that process as well to ensure that the BSOF Board of Sioux Organizational Funding is a longer acronym, is running efficiently. Julian, if you have anything.
Hi everyone, so yeah, my name is Jillian Kick. I'm an eager first year student here at CSU who was fortunate enough to get their foot in the door with ASCSU on serving on BSOF this past year, which was a really great opportunity. And I was also able to serve under Emily Bailey, the current, I guess, Director of Finance, which was a really great opportunity. And I'm excited at the idea of working again with CSU.
Senator Athey.
How do you plan to uphold the university and ASCSU initiatives of diversity, equity, and inclusion? Yeah, I think in regards to this position, that means approaching situations and decision making both with neutrality and equal opportunity in order to avoid discrimination and therefore consequently promote diversity, equity, and inclusion. Going off of that, one of the items in my job description is to aid others in their projects that promote diversity and inclusion. So not only can I be a financial aid in terms of any of their budgetary affairs or stuff like that, but I can also just be a general aid of support, and I can help them meet their goals of diversity and inclusion. If your job to represent all identities, not just those that you hold, how do you intend to ensure that you're doing this? I think it's really important for me to understand what my perspective is and what my perspective is in the eyes of others, as well as understand what others' perspectives are in order to honor our differences, but not let those differences be a point of marginalization. And I think there's definitely a line to honor differences, but not let them be a point of honor differences, but not let them be a point of discrimination. How are you going to recognize your inherent biases? Yeah, I think that goes back to what I said about just neutrality and equal opportunity. One of the biggest things we learned on BSOF is how to approach that firsthand. We had organizations come to us that represented all different things and stood for all different initiatives. And so we really had to take that out of account and really just focus on what they were asking for and support them and be a financial support to them. And so I think that is really important. ASCSU runs about $80 million in student fees. Why are you qualified to handle that? That is a lot of money, and I know it may seem weird because I'm a first year student, but I think academically my focus is central around data science, economics, and business, that I am confident in my financial literacy and my ability to deal with budgetary and financial affairs. Again, the BSOF aspect of this position, I think I have a huge advantage being on BSOF this past year. I know Emily struggled with that in terms of what to do and how to allocate those funds. And I also, being on BSOF last year, developed a relationship with our advisor, Ollie. And so I know he'll be a great resource for me to use, as well as other people in ASCSU, as I navigate this position and learn about it more. Thanks, I yield.
Senator Trout.
How do you plan to balance work, ASCSU, and school?
For sure. In high school, I definitely learned how to do that. I was an AP student, a 3-sport athlete. I was student body president, and the only reason I bring those up is because I definitely learned how to manage my time. I was going 7:30 a.m. to 11:30 p.m. every night. When I got to college, I was like, wow, I have so much free time. So I'm actually excited to add a little bit more to my plate, and I'm definitely confident in my ability to manage my time.
What experience do you have leading a big group of people in budgetary related affairs?
Yeah, like I said, in terms of just leading in general, I think no matter what the realm is, whether it's budgetary affairs or anything, I definitely have experience in that, being student body president at my public high school last year. And I think too, being on the BSOF board last year just gave me exposure to what it feels like to deal with those budgetary affairs. And even though Emily was leading a small group that past year, I think it gave me enough exposure to understand how to translate that to a bigger group.
Thank you. I yield.
Are there any further questions for this candidate? Seeing none, thank you. Let me sit down.
Okay, and last but not least, I would like to call Jose Zermano. I'm sorry if I mispronounced that. For tradition and programs, He's majoring in sociology, criminology, and criminal justice with minors in leadership and ethnic studies. He has involvement within El Centro, Ethnic Studies Alliance, and the President's Leadership Program. During the interview, he was very down to earth, very genuine, and I believe that he would be a great fit for TRAD programs.
So with respect to everyone's time, I have created a small speech to properly present myself. My name is Jose Zermeno. I use he, him, his pronouns. I'm a first-generation student here at CSU. I am majoring in sociology, political science, minors in leadership studies and ethnic studies. And then I want to re-acknowledge that we are standing here today on the stolen lands of the Arapaho, Cheyenne, and Ute Nation and peoples. CSU is a land-grant institution designed to provide students with higher education and the ability to pursue their dreams and aspirations. I recognize that my utmost duty as a cabinet director is to serve the student body of CSU. ASCSU is made by the students and for the students. As the director of traditions and programs, I will enhance the student experience by creating inclusive and innovative programs that will support the success of CSU students. I will also strive to bring to life the traditions that we hold dear here at CSU, whether it be virtually or in person. This summer, I will be doing my part in introducing a new generation of students to the CSU space and traditions through my position as a Round Connect leader. With your approval and support, I hope to foster and provide an environment that is inclusive and representative of the ideals we hold here at CSU.
We'll now open a period for Q&A, starting with the first raised topic. Senator.
Thank you. That introduction is fantastic, and I'm going to skip my basic questions because you answered them. How do you plan to host traditions and programs while ensuring that marginalized identities and those that are historically unwelcome at these events are included and made to feel safe in these spaces?
I aspire to really connect with the STDPS offices. I'm currently involved in El Centro to La Conexión, and I also do aspire to go on and go into other spaces and also as well as recognize other narratives and experiences of other students that have marginalized identities here at CSU. With the help of some of my cabinet members, if I am ratified, I hope to market to and like connect with students that are coming in, specifically first generational students and students that have marginalized identities.
Thank you.
Are there any further questions for this candidate? Seeing none, you may sit down. Those are all the candidates that we have. So while we enter this period of discussion and debate, I would ask that they all leave the chamber.
Point of verification.
Yes.
Information. Do Hayden and Benton need to leave since they've already been
No, they've already been questioned. They haven't.
or been questioned?
Yeah, they've been questioned. So they're. I mean, we've had discussion and debate on them. So I don't believe they would need to leave.
Point of information, we also already voted on that?
Yeah.
So there's fine.
Yeah. Okay, so at this time, I'll open 20 minutes of discussion and debate on behalf of all of the candidates, starting with the first raised placard. Senator Trout.
All right, it's a long night, so I'm going to motion for previous question and additionally make a motion for unanimous consent for all these candidates.
There's been motion to previous questions. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Abstentions? This motion passes. There's also been a motion to approve these candidates with unanimous consent. Is there dissent to that? Seeing no dissent, all of these candidates can now be ratified by the Chief Justice.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
That smile means.
Yo, I need to hold your attention again.
Sorry.
Ladies, gents, theys, thems. Hello to our first half of our cabinets.
Chief Justice Zacharias, if you initiate the oath of office.
It'll be fine. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. We can make two microphones.
Speak loudly.
Wait, are you still here?
Yeah, same here.
You guys all ready? Yes.
Oh, we're doing the arm thing?
What is this? I can speak in these mics as well.
I'm
Just in the general direction.
I'm right at it.
Where's the handle
Mic
at?
It's died.
Let's see how the batteries.
We're good.
I state your name.
I, Charlotte Wilson,
Do solemnly swear.
do solemnly swear
To defend and uphold.
Uphold
The rules and regulations.
The rules and regulations
by the Constitution
Of the Associated Students of Colorado State University.
of the Associated Students
of Colorado State University.
perform
The duties of my office.
the duties of my office
To the best of my ability.
to the best of my abilities.
Congratulations.
Real quick, before you go, just real quick, the phone number that is on your resume is your cell phone number, correct?
Yes.
I needed to know. Thank you.
Thank you.
Got cabinet.
Whoopsies.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a cabinet.
Senator Amy.
A motion to move University Affairs Committee Chair elections to next.
So just University Affairs Committee Chair or all committee chairs?
We're going back into election of legislative officers and just
Right.
putting them at the top of the chair.
Okay, so there's been a motion to move University Affairs Committee Chair to the top, which would make it before Budgetary Affairs Committee Chair. Is there a second to that motion?
Seconded.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. Will the parliamentarian reflect that change? Okay, at this time, I would ask if there are any nominations or self-nominations for the role of University Affairs Committee Chair. Director Rossler.
Yes, I would like to nominate Senator Trout.
Senator Trout, you've been nominated for the position of University Affairs Committee Chair. Do you accept the nomination?
I accept.
Is there anyone else who chooses to nominate themselves or nominate someone else for committee chair for University Affairs? Seeing none, Senator Trout, if you'd like to come up and present for 5 minutes.
Good evening, y'all. I will try to make this quick because it is almost 10:30 and we are all tired. So good evening. My name is Sammy Trout. I go by the he, him, his series of pronouns, and I am excited to be considered for the University Affairs Committee Chair position for the 52nd Senate. I've been in ASCSU for roughly 7 months as a senator for the College of Liberal Arts, and I've learned so much from my time within this space. University Affairs has been a committee I have been heavily involved with since day one, and I feel like it's the place where I can most efficiently lead. Previously, I served as the interim secretary or temporary secretary for University Affairs during the last month or so of the last Senate, and while it was not a long tenure, it was an invaluable glimpse into what chairing a committee is like. Additionally, I have made incredible working relationships with the previous chair, now Director Evan Welch, as well as his predecessors, Director Benton Rossler and former President Christian Dixon, who have also served as
chairs of university affairs during their time in Senate. They have all since become incredible leaders within ASCSU and are truly inspirations for everyone to look up to and aspire to. And I'm not only grateful for their respective leadership, but their friendship. I aspire to be as incredible of a leader as y'all have been. To conclude, one of the greatest joys of being in Senate is hearing student concerns and what they want to see and making that change happen. Well, everything that affects the student population goes through this committee, and I'm excited to take on this responsibility. I'm excited to make this space a welcoming one for all, and I look forward to any questions y'all may have for me.
Thank you, candidate Trout. I'll now open it up for 10 minutes of Q&A. Senator Athey.
University Affairs Chair is in charge of keeping contact with the Colorado Student Government Coalition. Are you prepared for this, and what initiatives are you hoping to bring to them?
Yes, and so for that, that's within the 52nd Senate proposed Senate bylaws. I'm really excited for that personally. I've always wanted to get more ASCSU more involved in student government. I'm very excited to work with the now Director of Government Affairs, Evan Welch, and the future Deputy Director of State Law and Policy to establish those stronger connections and just have student voices be heard. One of the most influential things for me that really set how important this space is when we did Day at the Capitol, which is something we do every year. And this year we had multiple colleges join us, and that was such an incredible opportunity to speak with not only legislators, but also with higher ups at the Department of Higher Education. And I would love to continue working on that, working with the Director of Government Affairs and keeping, ASCSU and CSU students as a whole informed of what's going on in politics, state, local, federal, etc.
Are there any other questions for this candidate? Seeing none, you may step out into the hallway while we enter discussion and debate. I'll begin discussion and debate, starting with the first raised placard. Senator Athey.
Question and I'm making consent.
Is there a second to the motion to move to previous question?
Second.
There's been a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? This motion passes. There's been a motion to accept this candidate by unanimous consent. Is there any dissent to that motion? Seeing none, this candidate is now the University Affairs Committee Chair. If the candidate could be brought back in, thank you. And if the Chief Justice could swear.
I state your name.
I, Sammy Trout,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
to defend and uphold
to defend and uphold
the rules and regulations
the rules and regulations
set forth by the Constitution
set forth by the Constitution
of the Associated Students of Colorado State University
of the Associated Students of Colorado State University
and will rightfully perform
and will rightfully perform
the duties of my office
the duties of my office
to the best of my abilities.
to the best of my abilities.
Congratulations.
So now we'll move on to Budgetary Affairs Committee Chair. Are there any self-nominations or nominations for this position? President Long. Senator Rencher, you've been nominated for Budgetary Affairs Committee Chair. Do you accept the nomination?
Quick question. Budgetary Affairs, I'm not as familiar with as some of the other committees. As a Budgetary Affairs Committee Chair, what would be some qualifications I would need to have?
I'll yield to Senator Athey to explain.
So budgetary affairs, frankly, any of the chairs, you're able to come into this space with absolutely no knowledge. Specifically, in relation to budgetary affairs, it would probably be expected that over the summer you study the budget and how all of that works, likely with the ASCSU Administrative Assistant, Jesse Schultz. Basically, you just need to learn how the budget works, but you don't have to have any of that knowledge at this moment. You just have to be committed to learning.
And that opposed to like the internal affairs. Internal affairs just deals mostly with managing that, the bylaws and the constitution, all of that are applied consistently in terms of bills.
Yes. I also forgot one thing, the budgetary affairs committee chair. The reason that they get paid more than the internal university vice chair is because they are in charge of the budget commit and has a special name that happens in spring semester, specifically dedicated to massively going over the budget for the incoming administration.
Okay.
So yes, internal affairs, yes, it's budgetary tax affairs task force. But yes, internal affairs is dedicated to governing documents, budgetary is dedicated to budget.
Okay. I'd be open to doing this because I would enjoy this position, but also I am unsure if I will be here for the spring semester because I'm considering studying abroad. So I'm not sure what y'all's thoughts is on that, where I might not be able to stay for like a full year.
Senator Trout.
I'm pretty confident in that, mainly because by that point you'll have a vice chair and a secretary. And the vice chair is pretty, the second hand to the person that you'll go to for things. If you can't go to a legislative cabinet, for example, vice chair kind of steps in and takes that. And I know Alex Silverhart, previous senator and former budgetary affairs chair, he took it as he was vice chair. So as long as the vice chair is also informed on things that are going on, I don't see a concern on that, especially since by that point you'll have a little bit more knowledge on the budget and whatnot, so you can give them some more advice and whatnot. So I personally would be really concerned about that. So that's all I have to say.
In that case, I accept.
Fantastic. Are there any other nominations or self-nominations for Budgetary Affairs Committee Chair? Seeing none, Senator Rencher, if I could have you up here to present.
Hello, lovely people. Thank you for being here so late at night. And I would just like to express that I really am excited to become more involved with ASCSU. Over the past couple of weeks as a senator, I've enjoyed learning more about the procedures and how everything's working. And I see this role as an extension of that and getting a closer look at how ASCSU works. In terms of like the budget especially, that is something that's so important to be knowledgeable about, as especially senators, they need to be able to know, okay, how does funding work? How does our budget work? Because that is integral to the passing of the bills. Like without that knowledge, we can't get these projects going. We can't have such amazing projects for our campus and our students. So I believe some qualifications I have is that I'm knowledgeable of the ASCSU space. I'm willing to reach out to people, to learn, to get connected with them. And I'm also a very organized person and communicative, which I think is essential for a chair, a committee chair. So with that, thank you for listening to me. And that is it.
We'll now open it up to 10 minutes of Q&A, starting with the first raised placard. Senator Athey.
So that pre-deciding time kind of answered most of my questions, but how would you judge your ability to remain impartial as a chair while still being allowed an opinion as a senator?
That's like such a good question. And I believe that comes from my experience working with people, where I love to give just every person equal chances to share who they are and to express themselves. And so that brings in impartiality, where in any situation, I judge the situation based off of the context of that situation and anything involved in that moment, without bringing in like any biases outside of that. Because I believe the main purpose is to help students on campus. And with situations that require impartiality, you need to keep that purpose in mind. And I believe every person in this space really does want to help students on campus. And keeping that in mind, we can all work together to get that going. And so being impartial is me bringing that in mind. We have that shared purpose.
Thanks, I yield.
Are there any further questions for this candidate? Seeing none, you may step out into the hallway as we enter 20 minutes of discussion and debate. Senator Mielke. Melka.
Close, yeah, it's
Okay.
Basically, I just met her tonight, but I do think she's highly qualified based off of like her character and like she was very welcoming when I came in here. And I know we had the issue of her leaving during like possibly during the spring semester, but as you guys said, like that might not be a problem. So I think it could work, and I do think she'd be a good option. So yeah.
Do you yield, Senator?
Yes.
Senator Athey.
And then previous question, and then the unanimous consent.
Seconded.
Okay, there's been a second to move to previous question. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, abstentions. This motion passes. There's also been a motion to confirm this candidate by unanimous consent. Is there any dissent to that motion? Seeing none, this candidate can now be sworn in by the Chief Justice if the parliamentarian would get the new chair.
Congratulations. I guess I'm the one to say that. I state your name.
I, Elizabeth Rancher,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
to defend and uphold
to defend and uphold
the rules and regulations
the rules and regulations
set forth by the Constitution
set forth by the Constitution
of the Associated Students of Colorado State
of
University,
the Associated Students of Colorado State University,
and will rightfully perform
and will rightfully perform
the duties of my office
the duties of my office
to the best of my ability.
to the best of my abilities.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Are there any nominations or self-nominations for Internal Affairs Committee Chair? Chair Trout.
First off, love that. I nominate Senator Athey.
Senator Athey, do you accept the nomination?
I do.
All right. Are there any other candidates for Internal Affairs Committee Chair? Seeing none, Senator Athey, you have 5 minutes to present.
Hi all, my name is Ariadne Athey, my pronouns are she, her, and I'm a senator for the Student Disability Center. To preface this, I didn't plan on running tonight. I chaired this committee for the last year, and I planned on sitting back and supporting the next generation of chairs. However, circumstances have changed. I am the most qualified for this position. I think we would all prefer that I pass on the torch and to make a new Senate leadership and to bring all of those new perspectives in. But having it all turnover, and especially a speaker that is new to the space, no sense to Speaker DeSalvo, having some previous knowledge is extremely beneficial. I'm currently the longest serving senator, and as of the end of the 2021-2022 administration, I will be the longest serving ASCSU member. I have the knowledge to run the Internal Affairs Committee in a neutral but beneficial way, but as chair, I can share that knowledge in a meaningful way. I'm excited to be in this space, whichever way this vote ends up. Thanks.
Thank you, Senator Athey. I'll now open up to 10 minutes of Q&A. Chair Trout.
I motion to end Q&A and move to discussion and debate.
There's been a motion to end Q&A and enter discussion and debate. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? This motion passes. Senator Athey, if you'd step out of the chamber. Senator Trout, Chair Trout.
All right. I know I've been flexing a lot of people and saying a lot of people's praises tonight, but I seriously cannot imagine anyone else more qualified. If anyone has any questions related to internal documents or just how ASCSU operates as a whole, Senator Athey knows it like the back of her hand. She's an incredible resource and is currently the go-to for anything related to ASCSU documents and its expansive history. She has chaired internal affairs in previous Senate, and she only continues to further exceed expectations. Senate leadership this year will thrive with her knowledge and wisdom as chair. And additionally, I know she's more than willing to hand off the committee when the time is right. I know there's not a whole lot of people here, especially a lot of newer faces. And it's a very daunting task to chair internal affairs. But I know she is more than willing that if you are interested in it, she will gladly take you under her wing, and maybe even for next semester, if you want to chair it, she will gladly hand off that gavel to you. So with that, I yield.
Are there any other points of discussion or debate? Seeing none, we will bring candidate Athey. Oh, my apologies. We'll vote on candidate Athey.
I motion for unanimous consent.
There's been a motion for unanimous consent on this candidate. Is there any dissent? Seeing none, Chair Athey is Internal Affairs Committee Chair. If we could bring Becky. Congratulations. If I could have the Chief Justice.
I state your name.
I, Ariana Avery,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
to defend and uphold
to defend and uphold
the rules and regulations
the rules and regulations
set forth by the Constitution
set forth by the Constitution
of the Associated Students of Colorado State University
of the Associated Students of Colorado State University
and will rightfully perform
and will rightfully perform
the duties of my office
the duties of my office
to the best of my ability.
to the best of my ability.
Congratulations.
Okay, and with that, we'll move on to new business. First up, we have resolution 5201, which are the new bylaws. I believe I have to step down as chair since I wrote these, so I will hand it over to Speaker Pro Tempore.
Howdy, y'all. Does the parliamentarian have the resolution pulled up?
Just move that. Yeah.
Okay, would the parliamentarian please read the resolution in full? Well, just the, oh, there's no abstract.
Yeah,
Um,
that's it. We can just call it.
yeah,
Resolution 5201, approval of the 52nd Senate bylaws.
right, yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so these are the amended bylaws. I didn't change too much. I took a lot of advice as far as the Speaker Pro Tempore position from former Speaker Pro Tempore Baum. But other than that, I didn't change a whole lot. There's just a lot of formatting stuff. One of the more notable things that I changed as far as the bylaws is that I would like individuals to be in person rather than on Zoom unless there are extenuating circumstances. Because I feel like we work better when we're in person, but I also understand if individuals cannot be here, then they have the Zoom option for accessibility. The only reason I put that in there was because I don't want people to rely on Zoom, perhaps if they're overwhelmed with work, and that's the reason that they aren't in the Senate chamber. I would like people to be here. In addition to that, I just amended the recruitment and retention officer to add that they work with the new director of I forget what the director position is called, but it's the director that handles outreach for ASCSU as a whole. And so I thought that was good to add in there. Other than that, there's nothing else that comes to mind as far as these bylaws.
I believe we now hold 10 minutes of Q&A, correct? Okay. We will now enter a discussion period of 10 minutes. Starting with the first responder.
I have a bit of information. We are not passing these this evening, correct? Because they need to pass in the first session in the fall.
Yes, we are not passing these.
Seeing none, I assume we move into discussion and debate on this piece of legislation.
Discussion
Committee of the whole.
does not happen on the first read.
Okay.
Well,
Except Trevor gets on the committee, the committee doesn't meet over the summer.
because I thought we dissolved in the committee of the whole,
But
but,
in fall,
oh, so that doesn't happen now.
yes. Sorry, for anyone
Okay.
who's new to this space, we just passed the change list, that's why it's confusing.
I yield to Sharon to explain.
I yield to Kevin.
There we go.
Okay, hey, everybody. So we passed a Lex, I think last week actually, that made a constitutional change to where we would better pass our bylaws earlier in the semester, just due to changes that happened earlier this year. That will not happen until the fall semester. And so the wording of that is just having the bylaws passed by the first regularly scheduled session of the Senate in the fall, which means that since this resolution is now in first reading, you can send it to a committee, Madam Chair, and then from there, the committees can revisit it before the first session of the Senate in the fall, and that should be it. I yield.
Perfect. So we will do exactly what Parliamentarian Clerk has just said. I think he explained it very well. So with that, we move this.
I also forgot to add one thing, another thing that I changed. It said in there that there would be no like cheering or laughing or booing in the chamber. I thought that was ridiculous, so I took it out. But other than that, I haven't altered it much more than that.
Okay. With that, we move into the next.
We just sent it to committee.
Okay, so it'll be sent to University, Internal, and Budgetary. I believe that's it. Now we move into the next piece of legislation. So now it's going to 50. Oh, 50, I don't have the agenda.
Bill 5201.
Okay, Bill 5102, will the parliamentarian please read? 5201. Is it 5201 or is it 5202?
It's 5201.
Okay. Bill 5201, will the parliamentarian please read the title and abstract?
Yeah, that's not, this is, well, that's Lex 52. Correct.
That's the job description.
It should be, it's not out there.
He sent it out.
I think that's fine. It's they're just the legislative job descriptions.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Bill 5201, approval of the Senate job descriptions.
Mr. Speaker, do you have 5 minutes?
Yeah, sorry, I apologize. We're talking about the bylaws. Last time, we're talking about the job descriptions now. That's what I changed as far as the speaker pro tempore role and the parliamentarian role. Another thing that changed, of course, obviously, was the pay. The pay was increased by 12.5% across the board. The only exception to that is the speaker pro tempore job, which increased by somewhere around the 20% range. That is justified because more descriptions were added to the job because it was a little bit vague, and more hours were added to the job itself. If you had additional questions on that, I would yield to former Speaker Pro Tempore Baum to kind of explain that. But other than that, the job descriptions weren't altered a whole bunch. There were, of course, just some grammatical things and then some like editing things to make it look better. But other than that, there are minimal changes.
So with that, we'll move into a 10-minute period of Q&A, starting with the first raised placard, Chair Afey.
Okay, sorry, I just want to clarify, with speaker pro tempore that it was increased by, is that congruent with the budget passed by President Owens, Vice President Senate?
Yes, I had discussions with him previously, and the number that President Long presented, that's what the 20% is reflected by. It's less than what was proposed. But of course, when it comes down to it was a 20% increase from what it was last year. If that answers the question.
It does, thank you.
Are there any further questions? Okay, if not, this will now all be sent. This will be sent into all three committees. Gavel bang. Now we move into the next one, which is also. Oh, you get it back then. What was it? Okay.
You have the title abstract of this bill.
If the parliamentarian would read the bill in abstract, please. Sorry, the Lex in abstract.
Lex 5201, ASCSU Constitutional Amendment Act of May 2022. Abstract, this bill seeks to prevent the nullification of the 50th and 51st Senate constitutional amendments and amend Articles XI and XII, that's 11 and 12. All citations of ASCSU Constitution within this bill refers to the version submitted during the 2022 ASCSU general election.
With that, I'll allow the author to speak a little bit about the Lex.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I think I know almost everyone in this room, but for anyone who doesn't know me, my name is Kevin. I was the parliamentarian a few hours ago, and now I am not. But I am also the chair of the Constitution Caucus, which will be working throughout the summer. So if anybody is interested in the work that we're doing here in this Lex, please come and participate in the caucus. We're holding our next meeting actually tomorrow from 2 to 3 p.m. in the conference room. And we'll also be meeting virtually over the summer. But this is what I would title a mega Lex. For anybody who doesn't know the context, we had our general election about a month ago. We did not get 10% of the vote, and so we did not ratify our constitution. Therefore, all of the changes that we made in between the year before and this year have become nullified. All this Lex does is reintroduce those amendments to the Senate. And then also there is an additional provision in there just to clarify the procedures that we've already determined from this year's elections. And so it would be the inclusion of an enactment provision that basically we would have 2 different dates in the Constitution, an enactment date, which would be changed every time a new constitutional amendment is signed by the president, and then a ratification date, which would basically be once the Constitution is ratified by the student body in the election. All of those amendments would be denoted in different formatting until it was ratified by the student body. And so actually, Parliamentarian Burge, if you can go ahead and move over to the proposed Constitution. In this Lex is also a reformatted Constitution. Gone ahead and just reformatted the whole thing. Fun times. Yeah, it includes a pretty comprehensive table of contents, as well as if you just want to head over to section 106 really quick. The idea is that whenever we pass these ledges now, we would denote it with green or text or highlight or something to just show that it's still open for ratification by the student body. It would have the bill number next to it. It would have that hyperlink to a signed copy by the president just to show the student body that, hey, this is the work that we've been doing throughout the past year. So that when it does show up on the ballot and they click on the link and they say, hey, do you approve of the Constitution? They can figure out, well, what part of the Constitution am I approving? Other than that, that's pretty much it. It's a pretty to-the-point piece of legislation. I'll keep it short and brief. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield to questions.
We'll now open 10 minutes of Q&A, starting with the first raised record. Seeing none, this Lex will
be sent to all three committees. And I think that's it. Now we'll move into Speaker of the Senate report. I want to make it really brief, but first off, I'd like to thank everybody who's helped me throughout this process, not only tonight, but entering this role. Former Speaker Pro Tem Baum has been a great resource. Former Parliamentarian Clark has been a great resource. And of course, Chair Athey has been a great resource, helping me get my bearings in this role. And of course, thank you for being patient with me tonight as I kind of blew out the cobs for the first session. But of course, I look forward to working with my new legislative cabinet. And with that, we'll move into Senator and Associate Senator reports. Seeing none, we'll enter ending roll call. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Motion to begin roll call is ending roll call. I know that a lot of people have left, but I honestly kind of don't.
There's been a motion.
Seconded.
Okay, all those in favor of using beginning roll call as end roll call, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, abstentions, this motion passes. And with that, we will now adjourn the first session of the 52nd Senate.
If no one doesn't, there's not a, we're not doing it.
Hit that gavel. Officially adjourned.
It's already adjourned.
The first session is adjourned.
Look at that. I motion to keep the fight song permanently
I am an advocate.
banished.
No.
No, banished
Vanished.
from